What you're about to watch is the first 800 days of my 1000 day series. I really hope you enjoy, and let's go. 2 years and 9 months. That's how long we're gonna survive. Or at least try. Now, I am using a bunch of mods, and if you're curious, I'll leave the mod list in the description. I changed the zombie population settings so we have more zombies and no respawn. And as for the character, I'm going as a burger flipper with all of these traits. Okay, so let's start this. Now, since we spawned in Rosewood, I really wanted to make a base at the fire station as one of the main goals for its first 100 days. So I decided to make my way there, and luckily we were pretty close to it. Once we got there though, well, let's just say there were a lot of zombies there. We are playing on 4 times zombie population, so pretty much everywhere we go now, it's gonna be like this. And since there's no way I can kill off all of the zombies right now, I decided to just take them across the field to the farmhouse and leave them there. I ended up tripping and well, that was kinda close. I really gotta be careful if I wanna live 1000 days, man. I managed to get back to the fire station, and after killing the zombies that were left, we had a base. I decided to go inside and watch a little Life and Living, just to get the carpentry XP. And just take inventory on what we had. So after that, I just got back outside. I really wanted to clear the outskirts of the base for this first day, just so like we don't have zombies on our doorstep. As it got late, I just decided to go back inside, cook some salmon, and that was it for day 0. Now for day 1, I just stayed inside and did a lot of burpees, cause there's really nothing you can do outside with fitness and strength 0. So until we level up like to level 3 or something, yeah, we're just gonna keep doing this. I left the TV on so we could watch Life and Living while we did it, and I ended up leveling up to carpentry and cooking level 3, which is pretty good. I could hear that a zombie had breached the base, so I decided to go downstairs to check it, and ended up leveling up strength. Day 3 we just did more burpees and watched Life and Living. The next day, I waited for the pain to go away, just so I could go and loot a few houses, because I'm running out of food and I have the very underweight trait, so I need to get that fixed as well. I managed to find some food and didn't have to fight many zombies, so that was good. I ended up getting stuck on the other side of the fence because I was tired, but after a while I managed to get back and went back to the base. Day 5 I went outside just to loot the cars that were parked outside of the base, and also to get a little more food, and then just spend the rest of the day doing burpees. The next day I went downstairs and ended up finding a zombie inside the base, which is not great, but there's really nothing we can do about it now. I decided to get a few planks just to craft some spears, because that's basically going to be the main weapon I'm going to use throughout the series, because they're just like way too overpowered. I decided to go loot a few houses, and when I got back home I ended up leveling up strength. Now I just need 1 level of fitness and we can go out to fight zombies. Since there was only 1 level of fitness left, I decided to spend the next day doing burpees, but I'm still not there. I ended up finding a key in one of the cars, but it was out of gas, so I decided to go look, and the crashed car, like on the corner, like on the intersection of the firehouse, had gas in it, so yeah, that was pretty good. And I decided to take the car and go east of Rosewood to the warehouses, just so I could loot some food. And my god, look at the amount of zombies on the way. Luckily, on the warehouse itself, there were really not that many, so yeah, I managed to get in pretty easily. Now, even though most of it was rotten, I still managed to find some potatoes that were fresh, so that's good. And yeah, I made my way back to the base and did some more burpees. I was kinda getting tired of all the exercise, so I decided to clear the houses like close to the fire station just so I could do like anything else. And I ended up leveling fitness. Now I just need to lose the underweight trait and we're good to go. On day 10, I decided to go clear the police station, and there were really not that many zombies there. I managed to find a key in one of the zombies so I could open up the armory, and I ended up finding a duffel bag there. I didn't get any of the ammo or guns because I'm not gonna use them now, so I just left them there. The next day I noticed that I had lost the underweight trait, which is amazing. So I decided to go to the police station just to loot a few cars there and ended up leveling my spear. I found a radio with the emergency frequency on it, and the radio warned us about like any helicopters or thunderstorms, anything like that, and when the power goes out. I decided to plan the cards I had. I didn't have much, but it's better to get started now. Since there was still some time left, I decided to loot the houses close to the fire station just to see if I could find a generator. And honestly, it's pretty easy to find one here. And I found one, yeah. Now I just need the magazine so I can connect it. The next day I basically did the same thing. I just went over to the street and cleared the zombies there so I could loot the houses. So other than the 2 machetes I found, there was really nothing that useful. So I just went back home, ate something and listened to the radio. On the next day I did the exact same thing, but except that this time I ended up finding the generator magazine. Now we are basically good to go for when the power goes out. Well, actually I just need to pick up the generator. I took the rest of the day just to go to the parking lot behind the bank, just so I could loot the cars there and see if I could find any survival vehicle. And since I didn't find one, I just went back home. I decided to cut down some trees so I could craft more spears. And decided to go up the main street to basically kill just every zombie I could find. And when I got back, I took down a few walls just so we could start remodeling the base. On day 15, I decided I wanted to secure the base. So I started cutting down some trees up until it started raining. So I just went back inside and did some burpees to work on fitness. On the next day, I basically just did sit-ups for the whole day. Once it stopped raining, I decided to go and get the logs. And I just left them where the fence is gonna go. I was getting tired of having to loot houses to get food. So I decided I wanted to go to the Gigamart, but there were a lot of zombies in front of it. I tried like gathering them up and leading them away from the Gigamart, but it didn't really work, so I just abandoned that plan and decided to go back home. I stopped to get that generator we had found, and I left at the base. Now don't worry, I know I can't turn it on inside the base. I'm just living here for now. Even though my plan hadn't worked, I still needed food, so I just went back there now that the fog was gone. I decided to fight the zombies and just clear them by hand. I went back there to finish what I had started, and I also looted the bookstore, which is great because now we can level up things. I ended up leveling my spear and life footed. I managed to clear the zombies just enough so I could get in the Gigamart. When I got back home though, the water had been shut off, which means that now we have limited water. Day 20 was a bad hair day, so I had to fix that. And I decided I wanted to level up carpentry just so I can build a fencing around the base. But unfortunately, I hadn't found the carpentry book I needed at the bookstore, which meant I had to go to the school to find it. but there wasn't really any time left in the day, so I just stayed inside and leveled up fitness. Once I got to the school, there were quite a few zombies there, but nothing we couldn't handle. I even ended up finding a large backpack, which is just amazing. After I looted the school, I found the carpentry book we needed, and even ended up leveling Nimble. On the way back I found a survivor car, so I just took it to base with us. So now that we had the carpentry book, I just went outside and leveled up carpentry to level 8. And now we can start building things. As I was listening to the radio the next day, it said that the power is gonna go out anytime now. So I decided to go out and just take any gas can I could find, so I could go to the gas station and just fill them up. I even found another generator. So once I got to the gas station, there were a lot of zombies there, as usual. So I just had to take care of them, and that basically took the whole day, but I managed to do it and fill up the gas cans. So now we don't have to worry about fuel for the next couple weeks or so. The next day I decided to start with the remodeling of the base. So I broke the east wall so I could get like on top of the garage. I went outside to get some planks, and when I got back inside, the power was out. And here's actually a great tip for you guys, which is if you click like walk to, you can see where you can step. Like if it's green, you can obviously walk on top of it. So where it's red, I'm just gonna build a floor. I finished setting up the floor and placed the generator. Now I have a few mods related to the generator, which are just great quality of life mods, and they are the visible generator range, the generator time remaining, and the multiple generators. These mods are just great to have, and they don't really change anything in your gameplay, so yeah, they're just great. A helicopter flew by, so I decided to go and see if any zombies would show up. And that's when another one ended up crashing like in front of the Gigamart. And I found a military backpack, which is great to find this early in the game. Since we got the Fear of Blood trait, I decided to stop by the police station just to wash myself and headed out to kill more zombies. I ended up leveling up strength. I really wanted to start trapping like early on, so I decided to do that. And to do that, I had to clear up the logs place first. And boy, there was a lot of zombies there. I was not expecting this many zombies here, since we're like pretty close to base, and I've been making noises there. I guess they were just like getting stuck in the fence, but yeah, there are a lot of them. I had a really close call here. I like turn and swing. I'm not sure why my character did that. Like it was supposed to hit the zombie and just didn't. So yeah. I basically spent the whole day here and still hadn't cleared. I went back there the next day and it looked like it was clear. So I decided to take both of these cars that were blocking the road and just take them to the side. Because this is the road that takes us to the gas station. And we're probably going to be crossing here like a lot. So yeah. After that I decided to make some noise just to see if any zombies would show up. And for no one's surprise, a lot more showed up. So I basically just spent the rest of the day killing them. And when I finally did, I started cutting down some trees at the place we're gonna trap. And I chose this place because it's basically the only place where it's a deep forest. So yeah, it's better. Now, since we had to wait for the carrots to grow to start trapping, I decided to level up tailoring. So I read the skill book and went outside just to rip some clothing. When I got back, the carrots were ready. So I went to the trapping site and set everything up. And now we just have to wait. I really gotta be careful driving over these bodies because I almost flipped the car and I really don't want to lose this car. On day 29, I decided to go back to the school just to see if I had left any books there because I really needed the Carpentry 5 book. Unfortunately, I didn't find any, and when I got out of the school, I encountered the worst thunderstorm I have ever seen in PZ. Things got a little more intense than I would like to, so I just hopped inside my van and got out of there. Since it was raining, I decided to plant some more carrots and cabbages just so I don't have to water anything. The next day, I finally started working on the fencing around the base. I had to stop cut down some trees since I was out of planks, and I just did that the rest of the day. So now I'm basically done with the fence. The outside part of it, it's basically finished, but I ran out of planks again, so I had to cut down some more trees. Now I actually ran out of nails too, so I decided to level up my tailoring by ripping clothes from the zombies I had killed earlier that week, and that was basically it for the day. The next day, I decided to go look at the trapping site. I ended up getting 5 rabbits, which is gonna last us for around a week or so. I leveled up trapping as well. And when I got back, I just decided to cut down some more trees. And I mean, look at how many trees I cut down. I basically cleared the east side of the base. Yeah, and I just kept doing that until it got too dangerous to keep going because it was night, I was tired and exhausted, so I just went back home. Day 34, I finished the fence, and as I was gathering up some materials that were left, a helicopter flew by and I'm pretty sure it shot at me. I'm not completely sure because I fast forward time and, well, they didn't really hit me. But I don't know, I'm pretty sure they shot at me. A few zombies showed up to the gate, but there was only a few, so it was pretty easy to take care of them. Now that the base was secure, I wanted to go and explore some more houses. So first I read all my magazines and books I have. I didn't find anything really useful for me now, but I wrote on the map anything that I could use later on, like some metal material, car parts, and things like that. I forgot to record day 36, but I had started remodeling the base just so I could organize all my items cause I'm really getting tired, so I have to look on the ground for items. The next day was spent totally on remodeling the base. I decided to organize the books in 5 different bookshelves, like 1 through 5, just to make it easier. And yeah, the items are organized now. That's what matters. I also created some airlocks around the base just to make it safer. Well, that's what I didn't record on the previous day. I wanted to level up electric so I could hotwire cars. So I went to the street where I had killed all of the zombies to gather watches to dismantle, but all of the zombies were gone, so no electrics for now. I just spent the rest of the day collecting cars so I could at least level up mechanics. So I basically got every car I could find. The next day I decided to go to the farmland to kill the zombies we had left there on day 1, just so I could dismantle their watches. So I went there, killed the ones I could find, but there were really not that many. I thought there were gonna be more. I still dismantled their watches, but it was not enough to level up though. The next day I went back to the warehouse to get some rotten food for composting, just so I can speed up my farming. And I ended up bringing back the van that was there, even though I crashed her in the gate, so so it's probably not gonna be in the best condition now. The next day I basically spent the whole day just working on composting, just like organizing the items and just putting everything into the composters. On day 42 I went up the main street to kill the zombies close to the gas station, and I ended up leveling up my maintenance to level 6, which is amazing, especially when using spears because they start to last a lot longer now. So yeah, I basically spent the whole day clearing out the zombies there, and when I got back I crafted more spears because I ran out of them. The next day I went back there to finish the job and I leveled up my spear level 5 and nimble level 3. And now it starts to get a little easier to manage big groups of zombies like this, so that's pretty cool. By the end of the day, I had secured the gas station and just went back home. The next morning, I decided I wanted to set up a fridge by the trap inside with a generator, of course, just so I could leave all of my carrots there, just so I don't have to remember to bring them every time. And after that, I went to the gas station so I could level up electrical by dismantling watches. And I did level up to level 1. Now I just need mechanics 2 and I can hotwire cars. And that's what I did. The next day, I spent the whole day leveling up mechanics. Now I did level up to level 1, but I started to get tired, so I went back inside and decided to finish the job the next day. On day 46, as I was training mechanics, a jet flew by and a few zombies showed up to the gate. It was really not that many, so it was pretty easy to handle. And after I killed them, I just went back inside and kept training mechanics until I level up to level 2, which means that now I can hotwire cars, and that's pretty big now. The next day I went outside to kill the zombies that were on the field, and at some point I ended up pressing some keys wrong. I had a really close call here, man. I really gotta pay more attention when fighting zombies. But after I finished clearing the zombies, I went back inside and I harvested some of my crops and planted some more. I noticed that my fitness was getting a little behind, so I decided to do something about that and did a few sit-ups to level up to fitness 5. I went out exploring to look for generators and ended up having another scary moment by the fence. It wasn't as close, I knew I could get her, but I still have to be more careful. On day 49 I decided to go back to looting, and I found this water tank trailer, which is not going to be very useful right now since we don't have no easy way to fill it up, but it's good to know it's here. I ended up tripping an alarm by the church, so I decided to go back home. And on the way home, I got distracted and crashed the car into the fence. The good thing is, now that we can hotwire cars, I can just pick any other vehicle inside the base. So it's cool. And here's a look of how the looting runs have been going. I was getting a little bored of just looting, so I decided to take a new car and head down to the farmlands to just kill as many zombies as I could. So I gathered some attention and started killing. I decided I'm gonna fight zombies until I level up my spear, so we're gonna do this for a while. And I'm gonna leave some clips of it, but if you don't wanna watch that, just skip to this time. Here my car ended up getting swarmed by zombies, so I ended up having to go home on foot. But I got it back the next day. I found this really nice GT500 And that reminds me, basically all of my car mods, not all of it, but most of it, are KI5 cars. For me, he's just the best car modder out there because his cars are so detailed, and I don't know, for me it's just the best. And you can actually choose which one you want, like which specific car you want, so that makes it even better. On day 55 I decided I was done killing zombies, even though I was still missing like 50 XP to level up spear, but I'm just not gonna go for it because I'm getting really bored now. The next day I decided to stop at a trapping site just to see how things were going there, and I ended up getting 5 more rabbits. I'm gonna need to place more crates here later because a lot of them were broken down, but yeah, I'm not gonna do this now. When I got back home I decided to start remodeling the kitchen because I'm really running out of space to storage all the loot I'm finding. And at some point I ended up missing the wall and destroyed the floor tile. Nothing too hard to fix, but yeah, that could have been tragic. I went out to get a couple sinks just so I could, well, have more in the kitchen. And I even made my way up the roof of the fire station just so I can build some water collector barrels later. This was a really boring day. I just went back to the place I had killed all of those zombies earlier just so I could grab like electronics and any weapons I could find. Yeah, I spent the whole day doing that. I took a look at the Mustang and it's in amazing condition. Yeah, so I organized the items I collected and a few more that were scattered around the base. And after that, I decided I wanted to improve my trapping just by adding more like trap boxes. So I went there and I spent the rest of the day just cutting down trees. On day 60 I was finished with the trapping site, and that's a lot of traps, man. I went down to the gas station to clear the zombies around the area and just refuel all my gas cans in my car. Since there was a lot of zombies there, I even ended up leveling up spirit and maintenance. I hotwired the truck and filled it up just in case we need it sometime. I also took the ice freezer. Not that we really need it now, but it's just good to have. On day 62, I decided to change the zombies here into pinpoint just to see if the game gets a little more exciting, because it was getting a little boring now. And that was a huge mistake. You're gonna see why in the next few days. So after I did that, I decided to put some crates like by the fences around the fire station, just cause doing that kind of messes with the zombies pathfinding. You're gonna see what I'm talking about in a little while. I also decided to go and get the Mustang. And a generator I had found earlier. I left the generator on the outside of the base, and this one generator is gonna save me from having a huge headache. Not really far from now. I went down to the gas station again to get the truck, just so I could kill some zombies on the highway, and I ended up staying the whole day there. And this is what I was talking about, like the zombie path fighting. When there's a crate here, the zombies kind of think they can walk through it, and they ended up just staying there. And day 64 is where things start to get real interesting. I decided to pick up the gas trailer we found for the semi-truck by the warehouses. As I was getting there, another heli showed up, and that didn't do much, but and after I got the gas tank, I decided to stop to kill a few zombies, and that was a really dumb decision. I ended up getting scratched by a zombie that I couldn't see that was like behind the trailer. It was actually a laceration, so there's like a 25% chance of me getting infected. So after that, I just got in the truck and decided to go home. Well, actually, before I got home, I wanted to fill up the gas tank because that's what we got it for. And that actually took a long time to do it. And when I started to make my way home, I noticed that there were a few zombies like by the logger place we had cleared. And when I actually got to the base, there were a lot of zombies there. Like, I don't even know where they came from because we had cleared everything around the base. But there were just so many of them that I even decided to just park the truck outside of the base and hop the fence because there was just no way I was gonna make through that front gate. And that's why the generator was so important to be there. The zombies would ended up getting attracted to the generators inside the base, and I'm pretty sure we wouldn't be able to handle that, and we just ended up losing the base. I wanted to see if the laceration would end up infecting me, so I just slept through this next day. Another jet flew by after midnight, but the generator just held the zombies there. We ended up getting the desensitized trait, which is from the mod Get Desensitized. And even though this mod can be very OP, I just think it makes sense to have it because well, after killing this many zombies, it just makes sense that our character doesn't panic when killing zombies or seeing zombies anymore. I saw that there were zombies like at the crates I placed by the fence, so I decided to kill them because that wouldn't change anything in my mind. And I can tell you, that was the worst decision ever. I forgot that they have pinpoint hearing, and as I started killing them, like quite a few got inside the base because of the sound I was making. And I mean quite a few. I'm pretty sure I killed them, but but that was not really smart of me. It's been almost 1.5 days since that zombie got me, and I'm still not anxious or anything, so I don't think I'm infected. As soon as this wound heals, I'm on a mission to kill all of these zombies. I found out I could level up light footed by just sneaking on the roof, like close to the herd. I decided to take advantage of the situation since we're here, so I managed to level up to level 10 in just a few hours. At least we got one good thing from this. I saw that my wound had healed, so I got ready and went out. It's not that hard to kill them, but it's just gonna take time. I even ended up finding a katana here. I think I got too far from the generator because some of the zombies had started wandering away from it. I spent the whole day fighting, and when I had to get back to base to get more supplies, the base was just completely overrun by zombies. I think that some of them got attracted by the sound of the generators inside the base, and yeah, but I did manage to get it back. I took all the spears and canned food that I could carry with me and decided to leave them at one of the mansions east of Rosewood, because I think that's more of a safe house than the one we're staying at. I managed to get the katana today, but I don't think we're gonna use it because I really want to level up to spear level 10, and I also want to have maintenance 10 before I start using. I ended up forgetting to turn off the generator, so I went back there and again there were a few zombies that had broken in, but not as many this time. So after I did that, I just killed more zombies again today. The next morning, I decided to go to the trapping site just to see if the rabbits were rotten or not, because I really don't want to waste any food now. And luckily they were not, so I'm not sure how long they'll last here, but we really gotta put them in the freezer very soon. After I checked that, I went back to killing the zombies. We are pretty much finished now. Tomorrow morning we can definitely wrap this up. I even ended up finding another katana, which is great, but again, we're not gonna use it. On day 72, we finished killing all the zombies that were around the generator and the ones that got inside the base. The base got completely overrun. Most of the doors were broken. They even broke a few crates at the storage room. But at least we got it back, so that's all good now. I decided to go check the traps since, well, I don't want to lose the food there. We encountered a few zombies, but it's nothing we haven't seen by now. I got around 30 rabbits, which is great. It's gonna last us a long time. When I woke up the next day, there were a few more zombies by the generator, and after I killed them, I went back to the trapping site just to get some of the rabbits I had to leave behind. But when I got back to base, the generator was full of zombies again. At this point, I don't even know where they're coming from. But anyway, I put the rabbits in the freezer and started killing. Again. I decided to turn off pinpoint hearing because, well, it's gonna be impossible to get anything done with this amount of zombies. Which is a shame, I really wanted to have it on, but yeah, it's either that or just kill zombies the whole 1000 days. Once I finished killing all of those zombies again, I collected some of the carrots that were grown and decided to go and loot the corpses of the zombies. Just so I can get like watches and, well, anything actually. I took the rest of the day to just fortify the base again. Just, rebuild the walls and the doors they broke down. I still need to do the front gates though. On day 75, I finally finished reconstructing everything that the zombies tore down. I took the whole day just to clean the base and take all of the corpses out and basically kill some of the zombies that were around the area. Day 76 was spent completely leveling up tailoring. And the same thing the next day. Ended up leveling up to level 5 now. A couple of just flew by, but without pinpoint hearing, I don't think it's gonna bring any zombies to us. I heard a zombie knocking on the garage door, and when I went there to kill him, there was another group of zombies by the generator. I don't even know how this is happening, because at this point pinpoint is off, so I don't know. On day 79, I basically spent the whole day trying to kill them, but there was still a few left. At least we leveled up to Nimble 4. On day 80, I decided to go out and clear some of the zombies that were around the outskirts of the base. I basically went to the police station and behind the police station, and there was a lot of zombies scattered around there. I ended up finding another katana behind the courthouse, so I guess that's something to be happy about. I even found a crashed heli on the intersection to the prison. On day 81 I went out to rip some clothes from zombies to get some thread and fabric, just so I can go back to leveling up tailoring. But I'm not done, I still wanna level up to level 10, so we're gonna keep doing this. After I leveled up to level 9, Jeff flew by, but now it's not gonna be a problem. We're pretty much on level 10 now. On day 85 I finally leveled up to level 10, and after that I just patched all my clothes with leather strips, cause they give the best protection. I decided to go look for the electrical and carpentry books at the gated community, cause that's the only books I need that I'm missing right now. I just ended up pulling a few zombies, but it's nothing like before. As I was listening to the radio today, it said that there's a jet inbound with some airdrop, so we're gonna keep an eye on that. I went back to the gated community with a sledgehammer, but I still didn't find much in the garage, so I ended up speeding up time when the jet flew by, so I didn't see where the airdrop fell. We can still look for that later. I realized that the truck was still outside the base, so I just took care of them. I went out looting a few houses east of Rosewood to see if we can find those books, and I didn't find them, but we found a sports car. It's nothing really fancy, but it's nice. The next day was spent completely leveling up fitness. We're almost level 6 now. On day 89 I went up the main street to loot some of the areas we still haven't looked at, like the mechanic shop and the gas station. And there was nothing really important there. I decided I wanted to take notes on all of the cars we find, so that's what I did. The next day I wanted to level up mechanics, so I just did that the whole day. On day 91 I leveled up to mechanics 4, and I decided I want to start clearing the prison, so I got a few chairs to rest, and we're gonna go there tomorrow to place them. And ran on the treadmill to level up to fitness 6. On the next day I realized that I still had some loot inside the van, so I organized them inside the base and went to the streets that lead to the prison, so I can place chairs there. The radio said that there's gonna be a thunderstorm in a couple days, so I think the prison plans are gonna get delayed a little. I went to check on the trapping side, but there's nothing much there. So I got back to base, picked up some of the logs we had in the backyard, so we can start building the last water collector barrels for the kitchen sink. I decided to go to the prison just to clear a few zombies before it got dark, and we managed to get a few. On day 94 I decided to do some base work while I wait for the fog to go away, and as I was building the water barrels I fell from the roof and ended up breaking my leg. So now the prison plans are definitely over. After I took care of the wound I went back to doing the base work, and honestly it looks like that's the only thing we're gonna be able to do these last few days. Luck has not been on my side for the last 40 days. But now at least we're pretty much in the end, so I don't think there's nothing that can go wrong. The next day I planted some crops, crafted all the spears I could, and trained a lot of mechanics. I'm just gonna focus on leveling up what I can while this fracture lasts. And as I was doing some more mechanics, I ended up getting a cold. Yeah, I guess we're still unlucky. I just have to stay inside now and wait until it goes away. Not the best last days if you ask me. But I mean, Nothing else can go wrong, right? Once I got better, I went out to work on mechanics again. On day 98, I decided to level up first aid since it helps to heal fractures faster. And I actually got it up to level 8 in just one day. It's crazy how fast it is to level up. And after I got my life back up, I leveled up to level 10. I feel like the first aid mechanic's a little broken because it really shouldn't be possible to level up a skill from 0 to 10 in just a couple days. But it is what it is, I guess. And I also ended up leveling up to mechanics 5. And as the sun started to rise on day 100, I knew that there was nothing we can do with the broken leg, so I just decided to level up mechanics, which is not a very exciting ending, right? But as I was doing that, I ended up catching another code. Yeah, it really sucks, but whatever. I don't really care at this point. So I just went inside and fast forwarded time, when all of a sudden both of my generators exploded and set fire to the base. Without thinking, I just went outside to get some water buckets, and I managed to extinguish the fire before it really did any damage. Just to make sure that nothing else would happen today, I decided to sleep till this last day. And that's it. 100 days. I can only hope that we don't get this unlucky for the rest of the 900 left. Well, since we still have a fracture and a cold, and there's really nothing to do in the base, I decided to take some sleeping pills and just sleep through this first day. The cold went away overnight, so now I can go back outside. I really just gotta keep an eye on the temperature and be careful when speeding up time. But I decided to set up a campfire outside just in case. After I took care of that, I went out to the driving theater just to see if there was any car worth having there. And that ended up taking the whole day, because when I was almost finished, on the last car, I ended up setting off an alarm and that brought in a bunch of zombies. I had to stay there until like 1 in the morning. The next day, I organized the cars inside the garage so we can start working on them. I got some more cars in here so we can work on mechanics. I want to fix them as well just so we can have some cars here in the base. And I got 2 that I want to take with me to this new place we're going. And the ones that are outside, I just dismantled them. Here I spend the whole day inside just working on mechanics. I want to level up before I start working on the cars. I leveled up mechanics the next day and started repairing the cars that I'm taking with me. I had to go out to get a heavy duty tire. Luckily I had one marked on the map, so we didn't have to look around too much. I went out at night just to get another van so we can take the seat out and put it in our van. On day 106, I started organizing the items I'm taking with me and putting them inside the van. I'm not gonna take all the spears because they take a lot of space and I can just craft more so. I harvested some cabbages and ended up leveling up farming. I went to the trapping site so I can get the generator, since we're not gonna need it there. And I also got the one we had in the gas station, because we are running the mod multiple generators, so we can leave as many as we want running, and they'll just add up on top of each other. I remember I have found a generator trailer from the AutoStar trailer mod, so I took that as well. It's not in great condition, but it's something. The next day I almost died after falling off the second floor. Twice. Once I got my health back up, I fixed and fueled all of the generators so they don't explode while we're gone. I took the cars out of the garage, fueled them, and charged the battery for the sports car. Since it was getting late, I decided to travel on the next day and just spend one more day here in the base. I took the splint off at night to check on the fracture, and it was gone. The next morning I listened to the radio to see if there's gonna be any fog today, and there will be, so I just decided to wait until around noon to leave the base. It's kinda sad to leave, even though I'll definitely be back in this episode, but it's just like the time and effort it took to build this base, and all the struggle we went through to protect it kinda makes me feel a little attached to it. But we are going, so I got in the car and started driving towards our new base for the next couple weeks or so. Now this next base wasn't really far away, but we still managed to crash the van a couple times. To be fair, there was a lot of fog and I didn't see the car, okay? I found some really nice things on the way there, including this military semi-trailer with 1400 capacity. I also found this sports car and this truck with 100% engine quality, which is like super rare to find. And this number basically means that the engine won't stall. Like every time we start the car, it'll turn on. But finally, at 6 p.m, we got to our new base. The first thing I did when I got there was clearing the house out of zombies, of course, but I also barricaded the front windows with metal sheets, added escape ropes to the second floor, and connected the generator. I'm really excited to basically start over again. On day 109, I spent the entirety of the day making the base livable. I secured the fireplace and made a hole in the second floor so we can access by rope, which actually means that now we can spend winter here. I also destroyed the stairs since we don't need it anymore, and yeah, now the second floor is zombie proof. I had to fix the sheep rope on the north side, and I also made a water collector bar to place a sink by the fireplace. The next day I finished plumbing the sink and also organized some of the items that were scattered around the base. As I plan on living basically on the second floor, I moved the fridge there. And after that was done, I went out to clear the house and the warehouse next to us, just to make sure we don't have any zombies. I didn't find what I was looking for at the warehouses, so the next day I went on what was supposed to be a quick looting run that actually ended up taking the whole day. Now today I did find a lawnmower from the riding mower mod, and this is a very rare vehicle because I've been playing with this mod for a while now and I have never found one. This is the first time. It's pretty nice to play with. But I still hadn't found what I was looking for, which were seats. Luckily I found some at the warehouse where we found the semi-trailer on, so I got them, went back home and planted. Day 112 was finally the day to start clearing the area. Since it was still dark, I decided to organize the items scattered around the base, and when the sun came out, we started working. Now here's the reason I brought a sports car without a muffler with me. It's just so we can attract zombies from far away, and if I need to leave the car behind, it's okay because it's not our only vehicle. I left the van right before the turn and took the sports car ahead. Quite a few zombies showed up actually. And after killing them, I parked the car a little further away. And I basically did that all day long. I did end up having to leave the sports car behind since it was dark and there were way too many zombies around it for me to deal with. Since today was gonna be a thick fog day, I decided to do some foraging just to kill the time. I ended up leveling up to level 2 really quick and went inside to read the next book. When I finished reading, I went back outside and leveled up to level 4, as the fog had started to disappear. So around 3 PM it was time to kill some more zombies. I got a few chairs in a house close by to leave them on the street. I didn't have much time to do it and the zombies by the sports car had already wandered off to the woods. So I just turned off the car and went back home. I did level up to Spirit 7 though. I started the next day by setting off a house alarm while looking for some chairs. I didn't know how many zombies were around, so I just left and went back to killing the ones by the car. A chopper flew by at some point and started shooting at me. Now I'm not actually sure if it was aiming at me or at the zombies, but I wasn't about to stand there to find out. Today I leveled up maintenance and found a survivor zombie from a mod with a military backpack. This mod basically gives better survivor zombies, like actual preppers and stuff. Since I woke up too early the next day, I just stayed inside and read a book. I decided to loot the houses south of the road we're clearing, just to see if there were any zombies left by that side. Cause I really don't want to get stuck like in the middle of two hordes. After that, it was just another day of killing. We managed to get inside a little township though. And this is the first modded map that we're going to visit. On day 106, I wanted to clear the houses where the alarm went off a couple days ago. And there were actually not that many zombies there. So I took care of them and cleared the rest of the houses as well. A couple of them also had alarms on, but there are not many zombies around. After that, I cleared a little bit more of Little Township. And found a store with like a lot of different items in it. When I got back home, a jet flew by and dropped a supply box. Those supply boxes really don't have anything that's too OP. It's usually more like medical supplies and some seeds and stuff like that. The next day was all about killing zombies. I managed to attract a lot of them to the car, and that made it easier to kill big chunks at a time. I also took the time to take some notes on the items that were in the garages. When I got back to base, I took the van close to the airdrop, just so we can get everything out of there. And there was just a bunch of jarred food, seeds, and some fishing supplies. And now that we have some carrots, we can start trapping again. So that's what I did. I set up a few boxes in the forest north of the house. And after that, I went back to killing zombies. I ended up going close to the mansions and the house that we're going to have as the end game base. Yeah, I actually want to have the main base here at Little Township because I feel like it's the best place on the map to be because it's very centered and it's also a really cool looking town. This is a big house with lots of room for storage and whatever. Plus we're going to expand this place and fence it off. This house is just great because like it's right next to a lake and it's surrounded by forest, so it really looks like this place is a post-apocalyptic type of base. When I went back to killing some zombies, I found another prepper with a machete and a rifle. On day 119, I decided to collect all the zombie loot on the corpses before they disappear so I can level up electrical. And that basically took half of the day. After that, I did some Fast and Furious stunts and went out to clear the mansions. I spent the next day looting and taking notes on all of the items we found at the mansions. And I also found a really unique room in the first house. I went out to finish looting the houses and I found this building with just ridiculous amount of items. I feel like this would be a really nice place for a small base, but we already have a spot, so. I walked around looking for some zombies here, but I'm pretty sure we're done in Little Township. The next day, I went out to forage while the fog was up, and I decided to go check out the farmhouse. I've always heard people talking about the farmhouse, but I've never been here. And this does look like a great place for a base. It kind of reminds me of The Walking Dead Season 2, I think. So it's really nice. Today I leveled up to electric level 4, and I spent the rest of the day just foraging on the way back to base. And I even found a antique oven inside a cabin on the way back. I almost leveled up like 2 levels of foraging today. Since there's still a little bit of time before winter really hits, I decided to move to the main base, just so it's easier to get to Fellas Lake. Cause we're also gonna clear that. So I got a few items we might need, and stopped to get a antique oven. Once we got to the house, I placed the items in the garage, and the oven in the living room. There was no time to do anything else, so I just decided to cut down some trees that were in the dirt road leading to the house. I went back the next day to get the generator and a few more items. And I also decided to tow the lawnmower we found earlier. Now it didn't really go as planned, but it worked, so yeah. I got the logs we had cut down yesterday and built a temporary place for the generator outside. On day 125, I wanted to loot as many garbage bags as I could to make collector barrels. So I went out and took this opportunity to clear all the buildings and take inventory on everything. Nothing really exciting happened, so let's just skip this. I wanted to kill some more zombies, so I got up early the next morning and went up the main road towards Fellas Lake. Once the storm started, I went back to base and built the collectors, but I still haven't connected them to any sinks. I read some magazines and a book to kill time, and that was it. On the next day, I got a haircut and took a shower first thing in the morning, and now it looks like winter is actually here. So I put on some more clothes and went right into killing. Today the car was packed with zombies. I spent the whole day clearing them. I even leveled up sprinting. I went back to the old house so I could harvest the crops we had there and level up my farming skill. When I got back there was a fog, so I decided to loot the house we had cleared earlier. And I found a gas container from the containers mod. I went a little further up the road to see if any zombies would show up, and the car got swarmed again. And I spent the next day just trying to get the car back. And the same thing again. On day 131, I took the sports car to refuel at the gas container we found and jumped right back into killing. I messed up a little bit and got a scratch from a zombie. I did the same thing again the next day, but I kept an eye to see if my character would get infected. And I think we're good. So I just moved the car to a new location and kept going. The hood of the sports car was at 5%, so I had to fix that. And once that was done, I decided to loot the zombies we had killed so far before they disappear. When we got back to base, I dismantled what I had found and got one more level in electrical. A jet flew by in the morning while we were sleeping and left an airdrop somewhere, but I'm not gonna look for that now. I went out to Fellas Lake again and it looks like we're almost done here. I looked around the city and there's not that many zombies left. So I killed some more and went back home. Pretty sure we can finish here in a couple days. So I went back there and started looking around for zombies and cars to note on the map. I did find a few zombies here and there, but it was mostly on the north road that takes to Riverside. And on the next day, I just went back there to take inventory on everything, and I did find some really nice things there. My first stop was at the hardware store. There was some decent loot there, but then at the farming store, that place was like full of guns and ammo and everything. And plus, actual farming supplies. The police station had a few guns as well, but it was nothing close to the farming store. And finally, the bookstore, which probably has more books than the one in Rosewood. Which is weird if you think about it, considering the size of both towns. On day 137, I went back to Rosewood so I could refuel and repair the generators. And since I was there, I decided to take the truck to get that trailer we had found earlier this episode and head towards the army surplus store in Doe Valley. So I prepared everything and went to bed there at the fire station one more time. And on the next day, I took the truck and went out to get the trailer. But when I got there, I realized that the trailer was for another truck from another mod, so I ended up having to leave it there. I took one of the vans that were there and headed back to the fire station just so we could get the trailer. There's not as much space as the semi-trailer, but I think we can manage. And after that, we finally started making our way to Doe Valley. When I got to the house I had planned to stay at, a few zombies showed up, but nothing to really worry about. After I took care of them, I made sure that the house was safe, and I went to bed. I woke up early the next morning, got the car, and went to the army surplus store. Now this place was full of zombies. I wasn't sure if I wanted to kill them all, just because of the time that would take. So I just kinda kited them around the store and went inside to loot it. This place has a lot of great loot in it. I basically took everything with me. And when I got out of the store, there was still some time left, so I decided to kill some of the zombies, just so I could loot the other places around. Once the sun started to settle, I decided to sleep at the army store, so I just locked myself in the bathroom and went to bed. I spent the next day clearing the zombies by the buildings I wanted to loot, and I ended up leveling up to Spear 8 by the car repair shop. Later in the day when I was making my way back to the surplus store, a heli flew by and caught a few zombies. I just went inside the bathroom and tried to sleep there. A few zombies did get inside the store, but they couldn't find me in the bathroom, so we're cool. I went outside and finished clearing the areas I wanted to loot. I didn't find anything of importance, but I did find some nice cars that I want to come pick up later at some point. So after I look at all the places to see if there was anything worth taking, I decided to go back to the house just to take some of the items I had there and go back to base. I woke up early the next morning because I wanted to start to make my way up to Riverside, and we're probably gonna be out there for at least 30 days. So I packed everything I needed, fixed the van, turned off the generator, and got on the road. I had to stop at Fellis Lake to get the sports car because I'm gonna be using the same method to clear the zombies. The ride there was pretty smooth for the most part, but we managed to get there okay. Once I got to the house, I added escape ropes, destroyed the stairs, and we're safe. Day 143 started with me going straight out to kill some more zombies that were close to the house and around the street. After I managed that, I drove the cars close to the gated community and left the sports car there, since it's where we're gonna start clearing the city from. I got inside the fences with the car and killed zombies all day long. I even found a katana, which is always welcome. And on the next day, I just went back there and continued killing the zombies. My luck must be out of this world right now, because I found 2 more katanas today. Just in 2 days here, we have the same amount of katanas we found in 142 days. This is crazy. An alarm went off close to where we were, so I decided to just go home and leave it there. A bunch of zombies showed up from nowhere, but I'll deal with them tomorrow. Before I went out the next day, I had to craft some more spears because I was running out of them. And after I made my way up the street killing all of the zombies, I decided to gather them up with the van just to make it easier. Once I killed the ones on the street, I went back to the gated community and the alarm pulled off zombies from the church across the street, so there were a lot of them. But actually, I managed to clear them all by the end of the day. I even leveled up to maintenance level 9. I had to craft even more spears because I'm running through them like water. I started to make my way east of Riverside, and I cleared the Gigamart so we can start looking for food there. On day 147, I crafted more spears and headed out to Gigamart. After I looted some of the food, I took the sports car to the south part of Riverside and just stayed there until it got late. I almost flipped the car and that would have been a death sentence for sure, given where we were. I went after a metal plate to fix the hood of the sports car and found a nice gun in a cop car behind the Gigamare. After fixing the car, I started to make my way up the main street. And at night I decided it was time to move bases, so I just packed my things so we can move tomorrow. Today was moving day. I decided to go to a house inside the gated community, just so I can have a fireplace and make this one more of a real base. I spent the whole day just preparing the house and making it safe. I crafted some more spears before bed, and that's it. We're ready to fight again. Day 150 was a very productive one. I looted the zombies on our street, and then went out to the school to clear that area. A lot of zombies got stuck on the fence when we were on the main street, so there were quite a few here. I spent another day going up that same street. Okay, this is the last time I'm gonna say it, but it looks like winter is officially here. I was starting to run out of gas, so I took care of that, and at night I decided to clear the school. Today I cleared the area around the police station, and I even found another katana. After that I went to the street we were yesterday, and I found a bunch more zombies there. At this rate I think we can be out of Riverside in a week or two. I spent another day just clearing zombies, and found one more katana. The city has been amazing in the katana department. I'm gonna need to find another sports car because this one is done. I wanted to take a break from killing all the zombies, so I started looting the gated community. Now, my main focus is to find generators, but we're gonna end up looting all the houses anyway. I didn't find anything important today, and even ended up sleeping in another house. Since the focus here is to find generators, I'm only gonna loot the houses that have like sheds and garages, because that's the only place the generator can spawn in. On day 156, I finished looting the gated community, and I didn't find not even like one generator. I guess what I found in katanas was compensated for in generators, but that's okay. I got the sports car we found at the last house and took them off their off as usual. Then I organized the items we collected in the base and went out to do some more looting. There's not that many houses left that can spawn generators, which means our chances of finding one is not the best right now. I tripped an alarm at night, so I went away from it and ended up finding a generator inside a little shed. At least we're not leaving this place empty-handed. I even leveled up to Long Blade 3. I went back home just to unload the van and got right back to looting again. I found 2 more generators today. I guess it's easier to find them at the sheds rather than the garages. I woke up cold today and had to light a fireplace. Today is a very chilly one, but I don't think it's gonna stop us from looting. After I finished clearing the houses, I went to the hardware store and found a bunch of cool stuff there, including 4 garden forks which you've never seen before in this run, and this is the best type of spear you can have, cause it gives the same damage but it lasts much longer and it's just way better than a spear. After that I looted the VHS store and the liquor store, nothing special there, And then I went up to the police station. I found a nice car and a bike in the parking lot, but when I tried turning the van on, it just wouldn't work. So I just had to tow it back to base. I have no idea what happened, but anyway. There were some nice guns here, but not as many because it's a very small police station. And I leveled up to level 5 in the gas station. Turns out that the problem was the battery, so I got that fixed. And I went out to see if I could find a big trailer to carry our stuff around. As I was looking for it, I found a boat in the river. I have no idea how to use it, but it's really nice. I ended up finding the trailer I was looking for, so I took the rest of the day just to take notes on the vehicles we have in Riverside. And at night I found a bunch of vehicles like west of Riverside. On day 161 I started to make my way to the warehouses west of Riverside, and it was easy to get there, but the place itself had a lot of zombies. I found a couple trailers and a nice truck in the parking lot, so when I decided to take all of the items I find here, it's gonna be a little easier. And at night I ended up sleeping in the car since I didn't want to go back to base. I went to the self-storage and spent most of the day just looting there, and I ended up finding one generator. As it started to get dark, I made my way back to the base, stopping at the gas station to get the ice freezer. When I got home, I unloaded the van and went to bed. We're probably getting out of Riverside tomorrow. I started to get every item I wanted to take with me, and that actually took most of the day. Since I didn't want to arrive at our next location at night, I decided to wait until tomorrow to go. So I basically just spent the rest of the day fixing the van and organizing some items. And the radio says there's gonna be a air activity tomorrow. I woke up the next day and said goodbye to Riverside as we started to make our way to the country club. I want to base there for a little while cause I don't think I've ever explored that place before. So it's gonna be a nice change of pace. And as I say that, a bunch of zombies welcome me at the gate. So it's killing time. I spent the whole day basically clearing every zombie I could find, but as the sun started to settle, I realized I still didn't have a place to sleep. So I cleared the parking lot with the sports car I found there and slept in the van. It's not the safest place, but I think it's gonna be okay. The next day, I got the sports car and drove around the forest to get to the actual country club. It's not the smartest way to get there, but as I said, it's my first time here. And as I was doing that, a jet flew by and left an airdrop in the woods. And now it's more killing time until this place is cleared. And I leveled up to a Spear 9 here. I found some zombies that were stuck in this little island. I guess they're just gonna be here forever. And at night I went back to the van and slept there again. Day 166 was a very busy one. I took the van and the trailer up to the temporary base and also finished clearing the place. After that I made sure it was safe to sleep here and I got a bed for the room. I brought the sports car around and went out to clear the houses east of here. There were really not that many zombies left. And after I dealt with them, I started looting the houses and ended up staying up all night. So I finished looting other houses and then went up to the car repair shop inside the club. Since there's not much more to see here, I started taking notes on all the cars I found, and I ended up having to change the sports car for a van. Today I finished exploring the country club, and honestly, it looks like a great place to be like a massive base. But we already have a spot, so maybe next time. And after I was done with that, it was time to head back home. I ended up having to stop a few times to get rid of some zombies on the way, but it's nothing too interesting. I got home pretty late, so I just went straight to bed. And I just now realized that today's Christmas. So I started my Christmas morning doing some base work. Basically what I want to do here is create a place where we can come in on one side with the car, unload all of the loot we find, and come out the other side so we don't have to back up. This place is going to be our main storage for everything. But it's going to take a long time to build, time which we don't have, so I just moved the crates out of the way, and that was it for now. I got all the generators in one place, and got some of the items we had in the trailer in here. And just another day basically organizing items in the base. But I did start a little remodeling of the kitchen because I was feeling a little claustrophobic. Day 171 start with a level in electric. I finally finished organizing the items in the crates, and I also cut down some more trees close to the house and by the lake where we're gonna be fishing in the future. Today we're going on another mission, but to get there we'll have to clear a few roads. Well, actually, after the second road I just decided to drive around the zombies. Or, through them. And our next mission is here in Rosewood. The one thing we didn't do in the last episode. There were quite a few zombies waiting to welcome us back to the fire station, so I took care of that first thing in the morning. Next I read the electric book and started dismantling all the watches and everything we had in Rosewood. Some PTSD got me, so I stopped to fix and refuel the generators before I finished what I was doing. At night I forgot I had food in the oven and ended up burning it. Then when I cooked it once more, I sped up time and burned the food again. So I just gave up and went to bed. The next morning I got our Mustang we had in the base, refueled it, and took the muffler off. Now she is ready to attract zombies. So I went out and started clearing the road right in front of the base. And I actually found a katana really fast. And I basically did this for the whole day. And today we started clearing the prison. That was something I wanted to have done the last episode, but it got postponed, so we're doing it now. I parked the car at the front door, and to be honest, I thought there were going to be more zombies here. I went back to the prison the next day, and a bunch of zombies that we left in the car wandered away from it. It took some time, but we got them all today. I also leveled up to maintenance 10, which means our spears, katanas, and basically every weapon will last longer. And speaking of katanas, once we get to spear level 10, it's katana time. One thing I want to show you is this duffel bag full of watches that I'm basically using as a defense system. All the watches have an alarm set 30 minutes apart from each other, and this acts exactly like the generator I had here to attract zombies. I remember I hadn't patched some of the new clothes I was wearing, so I fixed that in the morning. And I got one more katana today on my way to the prison. I decided to clear the zombies outside of the fence before we go in, and it looks like we found all of them, because there were a lot here. I thought I had killed this zombie right before I paused the game, and he ended up getting me. Luckily, we patched our clothes today, so we didn't do anything. I had to abandon the car here last night because there were just way too many zombies to get rid of. And when I got back, some of the zombies had wandered off, but I got them back, plus a lot more that were in the woods. The duffel bag is officially working. I got back to clearing the outside, and when I thought I was done, a lot more zombies showed up. Like, a lot. At least we got another katana. I decided to sleep in the tower close to where we are, just so I don't have to go back to base and then here again. I finally finished clearing all the zombies outside, and started clearing the ones inside the fence. But it turns out a lot more showed up outside. But at this point, I'm not sure if I want to do that. I don't know what's happening right now. They won't stop coming out of the forest. I basically spent the whole day here again, and I'm not even close to finishing. Plus, when I got back to base, there were quite a few zombies waiting for me. I even had to jump the fence to get in so I wouldn't attract them. But they were gone the next morning, and I have no idea how. So I just crafted some more spears because I was starting to run out of them, and I went back to the prison. The zombies around the car were also gone, so I just went to the backyard and started destroying the metal windows so the zombies could come out. And after I spent the whole day doing that, I came back to base and the zombies showed up again. The next morning they were all gathered around the duffel bag, and this brings me back to the first episode. After I handled them, I just went back to the prison and destroyed the metal windows that I needed. Since there was still some time left, I took the cars to the back of the prison again and started clearing them. And I ended up sleeping in the tower again so I don't have to go back. I finished clearing them on the next day and decided I wanted to loot this place and leave it as soon as you can. So I got into the armory and found some nice stuff there. I also looted the zombies in front of the prison and then went back to base and took the sports car with me. Heli flew by in the morning, didn't do much though. I went out again and cleared a few zombies on the way to the prison and looted some more of them for the day. When I got back home, there was a very dense fog that made it hard to see even like in front of me. While it was still dark, I went out and cleared the front of the base as well as the sports car. And then I organized all of the loot we got. And since there's still some time left, I decided to go get the semi-truck at the warehouses. just so we could then get the trailer we found at the prison. I ended up leaving the katanas and machetes here by mistake, so it's good we came back for it. And by the way, here are all the katanas we found in Rosewood, including the one I broke crafting spears by accident. Not a bad number if you ask me. At night I started looking through the items just to see what I wanted to take with me to the main base. Today was all about selecting which items I want to take with me and putting them in the trailer. Since I had some time left in the day, I decided to level up foraging. There was an airdrop at night, but I'm not even gonna bother looking for them. And yeah, tomorrow we're out of here. And on day 188, it was time to go back to base. It was nice spending some more time here at the fire station. And we're probably not coming back for the rest of the whole series, because there's just nothing to do here. So yeah, goodbye Rosewood. Once I got home, I just spent the rest of the day organizing the items we brought with us. Since I don't have any cars here in the base, I decided to start my car collection. Now, I'm not just gonna bring every car I find, I wanna get the 100% engine quality ones only. It's a bit hard to find them, but eventually we'll have all types of cars. And we're starting with the ambulance we found really close to the base. Most of the 100 quality cars will be like this, so it's gonna be a bit of a grind to get them all to 100 overall. But first I had to go out to a place where you can level up metalworking and get the materials at the same time. But it turns out I forgot to read the next book and bring a propane tank with us, so I had to go back home. And also bringing the truck was a mistake. The good thing is that we got all the cars out of the way and found another 100% ambulance. So I got back the next day with everything I needed, and I started by clearing some of the area, because we're probably gonna loot the warehouses for more propane tanks. And I actually got one level of metalworking today. And then went to bed in the car. I spent the next day dismantling cars, and as you probably noticed by now, this is not the vanilla wreckage. This is a mod called Crashed Cars, which transforms the normal burned cars into more realistic ones. I leveled up to metalworking 4 and read the next book which I brought with me. I ran out of propane, so tomorrow we are going after that. On the next day, I went up to the warehouses to find a propane tank, but I had to clear a lot of zombies first. And I found one more katana. It took the whole day, but I finally cleared the way. And unfortunately, there was no propane tank in here, just a couple of propane torches. Today, I spent the whole day just collecting the metal we got, and I had enough propane to dismantle a couple more cars. On the next day, I went back to base and started working on the ambulance. I realized I'm gonna need parts from other cars, plus a jack and a lug wrench that I thought I had. So I went up to Fellas Lake and I found what I needed there. I'm still missing some parts, but we can get that tomorrow. Another day just collecting parts and repairing the ambulance. I went to the building close to base that we had found earlier, just to see if I could find a propane tank. And I didn't, but I got a full propane torch and a big trash can, so now we can delete the items we don't need. I remembered I have a mod called Pumps Have Propane, which lets me refill propane torches and tanks in the gas pumps. So I got a generator and went up to the gas station. I had to go out again to get spare engine parts, and I ended up crashing the car we have. On the way back, I took the sports car with us, even though it's not 100%, but it's still a nice car. I got quite a few spare parts to repair the engine, but it only got up to like 67. But I guess that's good enough for now. And that's it. The ambulance is ready. We can't really do any better right now, so yeah, that's it. I have another trip planned for the next episode, and since we're gonna be away for a while, I decided to do something that takes time, which is composting. It's not the most important thing, but it'll be nice to have some when we get back. So I got the truck and went up to the warehouses that's close to the base. And I basically spent the whole day there. I even found a Jenny before we left. I wanted to do everything I needed before finishing this episode, so I ate some coffee just to stay awake. And then on the last day of this episode, I started building the composters and got a severe scratch after jumping over a fence. It's okay cause we have first aid 10, so it'll heal fast. And then I spent the rest of the day basically just putting everything into the composters. And that was it. 200 down, 800 to go. The end of this episode wasn't the most exciting one, but we needed some things that needed to be done. And the next episode is gonna be a nice change of pace. Cause now we're going to Raven Creek. Since I hadn't finished getting all of the food in the composters in the last episode, I did that first thing today. And then I organized our vehicles a little. I went out to find a pipe wrench so we could plumb a sink in the bathroom, and I found one in one of the mansions. And since we're gonna be going to Raven Creek, I wanted to test a theory. I'm gonna leave some traps here in the base, and when we come back I wanna see if the rabbits are rotten or not. Cause I've heard that they won't update if we're not close to it. So yeah, I started a little deforestation, like somewhere behind the house, and sawed all the logs I got. I went back there the next day and started placing all the traps. And then it hit me. We don't have any bait. How the hell am I supposed to trap if I don't have any bait? So I went back to see if we had anything useful in the house, and there it was. The jarred vegetables we got last episode from the airdrop. I had completely forgotten about this. So I placed all of the traps and added the baits, and now we wait to see if the theory is right. On day 203, I finished packing all the items I'm taking with me to Raven Creek. It's mostly weapons and just a few essentials. After that, I fixed the generator and then took all of our cars to the gas station to refuel them. And as I was filling up the truck, a heli crashed towards the mansions, so I went there to take a look. The loot wasn't really good, and I almost died to the zombie crew that hopped out of the shed and made my heart stop for a second. And on the next morning, we went out on our mission to liberate Raven Creek. We're definitely staying there for at least the rest of this episode. This is my first time in a modern map, like besides Little Township, but like this one is really small. And I'm really excited to start this. So after a long trip, we got to our first stop. We're probably gonna be sleeping in this place until we can get inside Raven Creek. And I don't know much about this city, but I do know that it's hard to get in. So I spent the rest of the day clearing the zombies, and for the looks of things, we're gonna be fighting a lot in this one. Then I secured the second floor of a motel so we could spend the night. On the next day, I went out to the military checkpoint and I was not expecting this many zombies. Plus this fog stayed all day long, which made things harder. And after a whole day, I think we got them all. The next day, I finished clearing the checkpoint and looting it. There are some really nice guns here. And speaking of guns, I will be using them eventually, just not now. I got everything I found here, including the generators and guns and everything, and I left them close together so we can get them on the way back. And then I decided to sleep in one of the watchtowers since this place is pretty much cleared. I woke up the next day and went straight to destroy the barrier that leads to the tunnel. There are not that many zombies here and it was easy to get in. I even found the first katana of this episode. After I cleared the entrance of the tunnel, I went back to get the van and then finished exploring this place. There was a lot of good loot in here. I found a bunch of guns and gun parts in this one tent. I decided to sleep here in the tunnel just so I didn't have to go back to the watchtower. On day 209, we managed to get all the way to the city checkpoint, and also level up to Spirit 10. Finally! So y'all know what this means. It's katana time. Well, not really. I wanna use all the machetes first, and then go to the katanas. But anyway, tomorrow we're gonna be inside Raven Creek. I'm really excited to do this. I think I said that too soon. We're not gonna be inside today. I literally spent the whole day in one place just trying to clear the way so I can get the ambulance through. An alarm went off pulling in a bunch of zombies and I almost died because of it. I thought I could get behind them, but there was just a lot more waiting for me. That was so close. Also, I started using the machete today, and it sucks. I think I just got used to high level spear and now, well, every weapon's gonna suck. Today I got a foothold of the checkpoint. I found some nice gun in here as well, but I still haven't looted it. Then I started to clear the road towards the place I want to base at, and I leveled up long blade on the way. There were a lot of zombies in there, but they wouldn't come out because of the barrier, and I had no idea that worked. Now that the checkpoint is clear, we don't have to go all the way back to the tunnel to sleep. We can just sleep here in the tower. I went back there the next day, and look at how many zombies came out of this one container. I cleared this whole place today, and I found this really nice The Walking Dead reference. If you know, you know. At night I decided to make way for the vents, so I dismantled a couple of cars and moved some stuff out of the way. I also took the muffler out of this car I found, and I parked it 1 block away from the checkpoint. Then I just took care of a few zombies that followed me and went to bed. I went out the next day on a mission to clear the surrounding area. But when I had just started, my game crashed, and when I got back, all the zombies by the car were gone. So instead I decided to work on the base. The first thing I did was bring the van around. And when I was moving some crates to make way for the car, a zombie caught me off guard and gave me a laceration. It's a 25% chance of dying here, but while I waited for a possible death, I started work on the base. And at night I went out to clear a building inside the fence, and I realized that the place would be a much better base. So we're moving there tomorrow. I spent the next day just making this place a home, or something like that. I did everything we normally do, so adding escape ropes, destroying the stairs, building water barrels, all that good stuff. I actually added 1 letter from the letters mod, which is really nice and I actually need to use it more. And I also made a bridge to the other building just as a precaution. I got a light switch to place in the base, and this is from a mod called Light Switch Overhaul. So now when we have the generator running, this place won't be dark. Then I went out to clear the buildings close to the base, and I found a military surplus store, but I didn't have a sledgehammer on me, so we'll be back some other time. And as I was clearing one of the roads, I got a level in longblade. And I also brought a bed back with me, just so we have a better sleep quality. I went out again the next day, and after clearing a couple buildings, an alarm went off at a gas station, and I had to spend the rest of the day there. And I also broke all the machetes I had in me. I got inside the army surplus store today, and the loot is okay, but like it's nothing we haven't seen. Then as I was walking around looking for zombies, Heli dropped an airdrop somewhere. And after some more time, I found another katana. I marked some buildings on the map that I want to take a look at, and went out early in the morning. There was a heavy fog out, but I really wanted to explore the city, so I just went anyway. And when an alarm went off at a self-storage, I had to get out of there. The next day, I decided to go to another self-storage, and I found a Spiffle costume on the way. As I was looting the place, my game crashed again. I think this is because of the map, but I'm not sure. Thankfully, nothing happened. The game just restarted at 4 AM. I didn't find anything useful at the self-storage, so I decided to go to the police station close to it. And besides the guns, ammo, and weapon parts, I found a generator, so I went back home to get the vent so I could get the genie. On day 220, I wanted to work on the base a little. So I got an axe, chopped down some trees, and finished the bridge to the other building. Then I went looking for a gas can so I could siphon gas and power the generator. And after that was done, I organized the items in the crates, and that was it. I was taking a look on the map, and I figured I'll clear the north side of Raven Creek first, and then start moving south. So that's what I did. And I gotta tell you, this city is huge. I walked around the whole day and I only got like 4 blocks covered. I got one more level in Longblade today, and I actually got to my last machete. So tomorrow it's katana time. I went back to the self-storage and I finally started using the katanas. Didn't find anything good here though. But I did find a nice shop full of car parts that I'm definitely gonna take back home. Day 224, I broke our first katana. I ran into this really cool hospital that was turned into a survival camp, and I like how this map is like a city that survived for a little and then got overrun. It makes for these amazing sceneries that I wish were in vanilla. And this right here is what I knock before we get in. This building is full of zombies. I'm not sure if I want to get in. Yeah, I decided I'm not going in there, at least for now. So I went to a different place, and I'm actually covering a lot of ground every day. At this pace, I think we're gonna clear this real fast. By the end of day 226, I found a building with infinite zombies. When an alarm went off, I decided to go home because there must be a lot of them in here. I actually broke 3 katanas, mostly fighting in here. I went back to the same place the next day, and it looks like it's just a normal office building, so I wouldn't even bother to try and get in. And right next to it, there was a courthouse. This map keeps getting better and better. But some of these places are just full of zombies inside. So I'm just marking on the map what the story is and leaving. I walked around a lot today, but there's really nothing interesting here happening right now. On day 229, I found some kind of warehouse with lots of zombies, and I actually broke my last katana there. Turns out they don't last all that much and are much slower than spears, but it's still nice to use. Next I want to play with the axe, cause I rarely use them in any of my runs. And since we have the brawler tray, which gives a 75 XP bonus in axe and longblood, I managed to get 3 levels in just one day. I got one more level the next day, but I didn't record. I had to stop and repair the hood of the ambulance cause I've been crashing way too much. The cars on the road really make it hard to drive, especially with the buildings blocking the view. But it does add a lot to the immersion, so yeah. By the way, I'm not gonna comment on every single day, cause some of them are just me walking around, like today. I ended up getting scratched in the most stupid way possible. And got to X level 6 today. And I found one more katana. I found this hospital that was turned into a type of military zone. And we're gonna come back tomorrow to check that out. So I got back there early the next morning and started clearing the area. Leveled up to strength 8. And then this happened. I really gotta be more careful, man. I'm gonna end up dying like this. By the way, this place is huge. It's gonna take some time for us to clear it. But again, the scenery in this map is something else, I swear to God. I got back there the next day and got one more X level. Ended up finding another katana here. And this military truck with 90% engine quality. I think this is the highest I've found in Raven Creek so far. So I'm gonna mark this and we'll see. I leveled up fitness early the next day. And now it gets really hard to get any levels in both fitness and strength. I think we just might max out strength before the series is over. But fitness, I'm not so sure. Today I started to clear the other entrances of the hospital. But there's still quite a few left. Had to stop and change the windshield of the ambulance. And then went back to the hospital. I spent the whole day here. We barely managed to get out of the door. There are just way too many zombies in the building. I leveled up to X8 today. And as I was clearing the back of this place, something happened that I've never seen before. I found a double katana. This is a first for me. And after today, the only thing left to do here is go inside the hospital, which I'm not a big fan of. On the next day when I was going back to the hospital, the car stopped just out of the blue, and when I opened the hood, the engine was dead. So I had to go get a few spare engine parts to fix it, and when I did go out to the hospital, I decided to go inside the smaller building first. And this place is so cool. It looks like they were testing on the infected here or something like that. I swear this map is really worth a try if you haven't played it yet. I looked around some more and I really think it's not worth it going inside the main building. Now that we're done with the north side of Raven Creek, it's time to move south. But before I do that, I need to fix the van a little, cause she's not looking good. So I took this day to go out and get spare engine parts. And the good thing about all these wrecked cars is that it's pretty easy to find them. Had to stop and get a propane tank on the way back. And that was it for today. Now that I got the van fixed and both the engine and the hood are 100%, we can go back to clearing the city. I found the crashed heli and the airdrop from a few days ago, and also found this sports car with 100% engine quality. By the end of the day, I ran into another police station, but I got a scratch on my right arm jumping through a window, so we'll have to wait until tomorrow to go in. My arm was okay the next day, so I went back to the police station, and man, this map is awesome. This is again one of those places where people try to turn into a safe base and just got overrun. I leveled up sprinting today and found another self-storage place that I didn't finish exploring because it was getting late. I'm thinking about turning the police station we found into a base just so we don't have to drive long distances every time we want to go somewhere. I went back to the self-storage and finished clearing the place, which took basically half the day. I was walking around close to the police station and after an alarm went off, I leveled up to X9. There was a big storm the next day, but since it doesn't really affect me anymore, I just went out anyway. I found this cool building that was halfway built with holes in the floor. This type of building really brings a more realistic feeling to the map. I also ran into this huge cathedral. Inside I only found 2 generators and some furniture, but besides that it's just a cool looking place. Leveled up to Nimble 6 while clearing another storage unit, and then tripped an alarm which called in a bunch of zombies, so I had to spend the rest of the day there. I found 3 more storage units, but I didn't really find much in them. By the end of the day, I ran into this place that's one of the only ones I've seen before actually playing the map. And if you've ever seen anything about Raven Creek, you probably have seen it as well. We'll go check that out tomorrow. I decided to clear the outskirts of this place before we actually go in, and I ended up setting off an alarm. So I took this opportunity to check out what will probably be our next base. And this place is so cool. It'll take a lot of work to make this a safe base, but it's gonna be awesome once we're done with it. I went to the other side to clear the zombies, and ran into some nice stuff. First, this driving school that I don't think exists in any of the vanilla cities. Then I found another storage unit with a bunch of furniture for decoration and stuff. And when I was going back home, I found one more katana. I went back to the Twiggies where the alarm went off a couple days ago and started clearing that area. After that, I went to the police station and found another katana there. That's back-to-back katanas, by the way. After I cleared the prison, I went outside and got to X level 10. And that was way faster than Spear 10. But of course it's all thanks to the brawler treat. So now it's time to level up Long Blunt, which is gonna be somewhat like the X, just a little more boring. But I already got 1 level just with a few swings, so... Since I'm using the kill count mod, I can see that it only took 7,200 kills to get to level 10. And as for the spear, it took 30,000. On day 251, I clear what's gonna be our base until we leave Raven Creek. Probably. I got a level in Long Blunt early in the morning, and midway through the day I noticed that the snow was gone. So we're finally out of the winter. And got 1 more level in Long Blunt before we went home. It's so nice to finally be able to see the streets as they are and not just a white layer. Today I wanted to start securing the new base, so I did all the same things we always do. Also got the generators outside. And started building the stairs to place water barrels. And got a nice bed. I had to go back to the old base just to get a few things and turn off the generator. I took the opportunity to fix the van, and that was it. I only had to finish some stuff in the new base, and now we're good to go again. I towed some cars out of the way just so we can have easy access to the south roads, and then started clearing the area. It really sucks to use a low level weapon after maxed out one, but that's what it takes if you want to have all of them level 10. And speaking of levels, we got 1 more today. I found this huge hardware / farming store today. I mean, just look at the size of this place. I started to go to the suburbs today, and it's so nice to have a change of scenery. I got 1 more level in Long Blunt, and right before I went home I found this house with a ton of zombies inside. On the next day I went looking for more baseball bats, and then went back to looting the houses. And the same thing again the next day. I found some mansions here and took the whole day just to loot them. I also got to Long Blood level 7 today. There was an airdrop on day 260, but I won't be going after those anymore. And besides that, it was a pretty chill day. On the next one, after clearing a couple apartment buildings, I ran into these warehouses full of stuff that I'll definitely be taking back home with us. I went up to the biggest Makoy I've ever seen, and there's nothing different from the other ones, it's just more of everything. Including the area behind that they used to get all the trees from. It's hard to see now that we're 8 months in and the erosion took over the place, but we can see it on the online map. I cleared a few warehouses down the road and found a brick factory that didn't have any gold loot in it, but I did level up Long Blood in there. And as I was clearing this diner up the road, I ran into what seemed to be a bathroom party. This place is right next to the Raven Creek College campus, so who knows what was happening there. On the next day, I headed out to clear the college we found yesterday, and it was just full of zombies, with nothing really special inside. On day 265, we covered a lot of ground, but again, didn't find anything interesting. But we did find this room, and that's why I do the fast open and close in every single door. The next day was just more walking and looting. I interrupted a very strange scene that was happening in this building. I found what it looks to be a water tower, and it's really cool that they added this kind of stuff because it really brings a lot of realism to the map. We can even see the pump that goes into the river. And it's so nice to be able to see some color again, now that the snow is melting. I got one more level in Long Blood the next day. By the end of day 270, we reached 50,000 kills. It's crazy to think we came here with 28k, and we'll definitely double that by the end of this episode, just to show how many zombies there are in the city. The next 4 or 5 days are gonna be really boring. It's just gonna be me walking around and taking notes on what I find in the garages. I don't think I've said this, but after we've cleared this whole city, I wanna come back with a semi-truck and loot everything related to guns and car parts. On this day I managed to set off 3 alarms, but at least we get to level up Long Blade faster. I found this really cool storage unit with a concealed door that had a bunch of guns inside. And ran to another fire station. This is only the second I've seen so far. I really thought there'd be more here. I set off an alarm at another self-storage and things almost got out of control. This right here is the entrance to the Raven Creek prison, which we're gonna be exploring soon. I just hope that there are not as many zombies as the one in Rosewood. I found this football field that was turned into a survival camp, and this driving theater with no cars. Really nice stuff. I finally got to Long Blood 10, and so far this was the worst combat skill to level up. Now we're gonna go through the katanas we've collected, and then Sharp Blade. I don't think I'll play with Sharp Blade, because it's gonna take another 30,000 kills to get to level 10, since we don't have any XP bonus, and I'm definitely not doing that. I decided to start clearing the prison, and it looks like it's gonna be a little bit better than Rosewood, but I did got a scratch just because I'm dumb. I finished clearing the prison the next day, and it's really well built, but it's light on zombies. Since there was still a heavy fog out, I didn't want to go to the military checkpoint, So I went looking for spare engine parts to fix the van. I got all the way up to the bridge, and since I was there, I took the chance to clear the path for when we decided to go there. When I got back to base, instead of fixing the engine, I took the parts off. Luckily, I could still repair it, but it was just a waste of time. I found a GT500 with 100% engine quality on my way to the checkpoint, and this is by far my favorite car from the KI5 collection. I really wanted one with this engine quality. And as I said, I found it on my way to the military checkpoint, which is completely swarmed by zombies, even more than the first one. I ended up getting a level in long blade and found another katana after quite a long time actually. Tripped an alarm by the end of the day and decided to call it. I went back there the next day and opened a hole in the fence to get the car through. There were quite a few zombies left, but I managed to clear them all. Now there's just a town south of the checkpoint, and it's really not that far. So I went there the next day, and after clearing the little checkpoint, I went across the bridge, and it turns out it was not really there. So I got wet. Twice. Then I thought I could build a floor to cross it, and no, I just got wet again. I'll come back tomorrow and try something else. I made a little sleeping area in one of the towers in the checkpoint, just so we don't have to go back to base every day. Ended up breaking my last katana this morning, so now we will play sharp blade, and that'll be the last one of the combat skills we'll level up. Then we'll go back to spears and use the katanas as we find them. Oh, and I also got an XP bonus for sharp blade from the burger flipper occupation, so we should max this out fairly quickly. Found another katana right after we broke the last one. And got 2 more levels in sharp blade, just trying to cross the bridge. I think tomorrow maybe we can start exploring this town. I decided to try to use the car to cross the bridge, and it seems to work just fine. So my game crashed again, and this time I lost the footage. I think I just got like 11 sharp blade, and that was it. And then I had to restart my game, and when I came back there was a zombie right next to me that just wanted to give me a little kiss on the neck. Thankfully it was just a laceration. So now I got 1 more level thanks to the game crash. I made it all the way to the end of this main road today, and I think I'm gonna clear all the zombies I find here before I start loading. So what I'm doing is I'm going up the streets and hitting the horn to call as many zombies as I can. And today actually a heli helped me. It left an airdrop and went in the direction I needed the zombies to go. Also got 1 more level today. And a scratch in my arm because the game lagged. Today was actually the first day I needed to rest since I started using short blades. And that's massive points to them. So I did the same thing again the next day, but I ended up trashing the car when I was going back home. So last night I got a new windshield and a hood for the car, and today I got a few engine parts in the town red. So now we can trash it again. I found another katana today, and I think this is like the 3rd here. And this place is like full of zombies. They just won't stop coming. I started to clear the north side of town, and honestly it just looks like we haven't made any progress at all. But I did got to sharp blade level 8, and that's the only good thing about this. We can level up kinda fast here. I think I'll try and get to level 10 in this before the 300 days mark. I found 2 more katanas today, but besides that it was just the normal thing. So my game crashed like 3 times today. It keeps increasing the memory usage whenever I hit a zombie and eventually crashes. I'm not sure what's causing it, but I have to figure it out. I just needed to finish this day, so I spent it working on the car cause it was totally trashed again. But that's only cause I used for like 3 whole days in just one. Since every time the game crashes it goes back to 5 AM, but everything I did still counts, you know. So after a few long hours I finally got it. It's all because of Brita's armor pack. Like all of the clothes and bags I'm wearing from Brita's are making my memory skyrocket. The sad part is that we'll probably not be able to wear any of the bags that are really helpful, but at least we can play without the game crashing every 10 minutes or so. So yeah, I leveled up Sharp Blade today, and we're almost done with this side of town. I walked around some places I haven't been yet, just to see if there are any zombies left, and found this huge psychiatric hospital across the bridge, and it looks like the place was at full capacity when the Nox virus happened. It's like the Rosewood prison all over again. But I don't think I'll try to get in. It's just too big of a risk at this point. Today I had to refuel the car for the first time since we left our main base in the beginning of this episode. Luckily I had seen a generator in one of the garages, so it was fairly quick. I finished clearing the last place over the bridge, and now it looks like this little town is free of zombies. But I won't loot it yet. I said I'm gonna get to level 10 Sharp Blade in this video, so I will. The only place that I can go now that'll probably have zombies is west of here. So I went there and nothing. Not a single zombie in any of these places. I saw this big warehouse and was hoping it would be full of them, but it wasn't. Well, it wasn't full of anything, to be honest. According to the map, there is what it looks to be a broken down bridge if I keep going on this road. So I did, and I found a few zombies there. But that's what it was. Just a few. Made it all the way to the end of the bridge, and that's it. This side of the map is clear. I went back to base, and after unloading everything off of the van, I decided to equip at least the bags from Brita's, because it really affects how much I can carry. We'll give it a try and see. Well, since we can't cross the bridge from that side, we'll try the other one. So that's what I did. I started clearing the way so we can get to the other side with the car. And there weren't that many zombies on the bridge, so we didn't take that long. But I did run out of propane to dismantle the cars, so I had to go look for that. The next day I noticed that I had gained the underweight trait again, and we can't have that now. So I went back to base to pick up my weight again. And now that I have some food in me, I crossed the bridge and already found a bunch of zombies in this parking lot. But it's still not enough. Well, inside the building next to the parking lot, there were a lot of them. Like a lot. And as I was fighting them, my game crashed one more time. And yeah, apparently I can't use any of the Brita's bags. No idea why this only started happening now, but it is what it is, I guess. So after I spent a day and a half clearing this building, I went inside and I'm not sure what it is exactly. The ground floor had grocery stores and clothing stores, but some of the other floors were apartments. And the last one, well, I don't know what that is. Anyway, had to sleep here tonight. I finished clearing this place today, and it looks really cool to be honest. Like the surrounding wall with the catwalk, the stars on the ground floor, rooms in the upper ones. This place is perfect for a multiplayer base. But now there's only one place left to go, the port, and this place is gonna take a long time to clear. The good news is that we have enough zombies to get to Sharp Blade 10, but the bad news is we won't be able to clear it all in this video. But anyway, I want to do this the old way. Every place I've been here in Raven Creek, I was just like walking around and looking for the zombies. I'm done with that. I'm getting myself a sports car. So I went back to the city and found one. And since it was late, I just decided to spend the night in our first base. So I went out early in the morning, and I thought it'd be harder to get the car through because of the towing mechanic, but it was quite easy actually. So when I got there, I parked the sports car right on the entrance of the port to kill as many zombies as possible, and went out to clear the road. Ended up getting scratched again, but this time I didn't record, and this one was very close. I wasn't limping the next day, so I went back to the port and finally got to Sharp Blade 10. This was definitely the nicest one to level up besides Spear, and I think I would even consider using Short Blades in the beginning of my runs now. But anyway, the only combat skill left for us is Long Blade, which we're gonna level up as we find the katanas. And I'm still gonna try and clear as much of this place as possible. But I need to get their zombies a bit more. So I went to the containers area and drove around to make noise and attract them to me. And I mean, just look at the amount of containers in here. I'm just not sure if I'm gonna open every single one. There's even a cargo ship here. And on the last day, instead of going back to the port, I wanted to see what this bunker looking thing was all about, and I had no idea what was waiting for me there. I got in and it looked like it would take a few hours to clear maybe, but I was just getting deeper and deeper into this maze. There are just tons of zombies waiting for me on every corner, and these corridors are kinda all connected to each other. I spent the whole day here just trying to finish so I could get out, but as midnight got closer, I knew I would be stuck here for this last day. So you'll have to wait if you want to see if I can actually get out of here alive. So at this point I thought I'd be almost done with the bunker, but I'm still fighting zombies in new rooms. And to be honest, I'm not sure if I know how to get out of here. But after another 12 hours, we finally managed to get out. And I gotta tell you, even though it was a bit tiring to explore all of it, it's still a really nice addition to the map. I spent the rest of the day just clearing the road and fixing the van, and since we actually pulled an all-nighter, my character kinda got tired a little earlier than usual. I went back to the port the next day, and I actually had to craft the spears for the first time in over 100 days. And man, I've missed them. It's crazy how good they are just compared to any other weapon. I mean, just look at the speed of this thing. So at this point, I think I've cleared as much as I can of this place, and I don't think I'll open the containers because it's just a lot of work, and there are containers with only zombies inside, which is a big risk. So yeah, now we can just go back to base and actually start preparing to go back home. I just gotta make sure I don't die on the way back. And as I said in the last video, I want to take everything related to guns and car parts we found here back home with us. But to do that we need a truck. So I did a quick tour around the city trying to find one, but the best thing I found was this. Also, I managed to blow out one of the tires and break both side windows of the van. But nothing a quick stop at the repair shop won't fix. But what really needs a repair is the truck, and that's what I did today. So I changed the windshield and the side windows, fixed the hood, got a battery for it that I had to take back to base and recharge, and now it's good to go. Not for long probably. Before it got dark, I started to work on how we're gonna get out of the city with the truck, because it's not gonna fit through the main entrance. So I opened a hole in the back of this building and cut down some trees and the fence, and now we have a way out. On the next day, I went out to get the trailer for the truck and start collecting all the car parts I have marked on the map. It's a bit tricky to drive the truck around all these wrecked cars, but so far we're still alive. So yeah, it really sucks to drive this truck. It took me the whole day to get like to 2 places, because I kept having to get out of the truck so I wouldn't die, and also dismantling cars so I could get through. I actually got a level in metalworking doing that, but that's all I did. Day 308 was a bit better. I managed to get all the way to the base, and now the truck is almost at full capacity. So I think we can knock this out in a couple days. But it turns out that the trailer can carry way more than I thought. I just had to repair it. I also fixed the GT500 with 100 engine quality we found last episode, and went down to the little town we were at. It's kinda weird to see the streets with no bodies on it. After I looted the car fix shop, I refueled the truck and went to sleep at the military checkpoint. The next day we managed to get a lot done. I went to the last repair shop I had noted and the storage unit that got the trailer to full capacity. Found one more katana and then went back to the first base and left the trailer on the outside of the fence. So now we're gonna loot the guns. And speaking of that, some of you have been asking me about it, and yes, I will use guns eventually. Maybe even in this episode. But anyway, I went out to get that red trailer we found, and it turns out that the truck can't tow it because it's too heavy, I think. So change of plans. I'm gonna go get both those parts cars we've marked down. I stopped at the second base to get a few things, including the katanas, and after I got both of them back to base 1, I realized that the truck is missing a tire. So that's probably the reason I couldn't get the trailer. We'll try that again tomorrow. And would you look at that? It drives way better with all the wheels on. Who would have thought? And it can actually pull the trailer now. So I figured I'll get the guns further away from base first and see if that'll get the trailer full. And I started with the ones across the bridge, which is not a huge amount, but actually it took the whole day, just because of the zombies in the area. And since it was too late to go back, I decided to stay here and get a few spare engine parts in the meanwhile. On the next day, I got back on the road towards the huge military safe base at the hospital, because that place is just full of guns. It wasn't that hard to get there, and the zombies were not that bad. I basically spent the whole day here, and I haven't even loaded half of the tents. And just so I don't have to go back to base, I got a stretcher and placed it on the top of this container so I can sleep safely. The next day was just more of the same. I just gotta be careful so I don't get this exerted. And finally, on day 315, I loaded all of the guns plus a few floodlights I'll need, and now we're ready to go back home. But of course I managed to get stuck in the middle of the city with no propane left to dismantle cars. So I had to go back to base on foot and come back tomorrow to try and unstuck the truck. And that's what I did. Now we have everything we need here. I actually took the rest of the day to fix both sports cars and get a few more items we had in the base. But finally, it's time to go home. Raven Creek was probably the best first experience I could have with that modded map. I feel like all of the builds and all of the stories the map tells is just so amazing. Like there's nothing in vanilla close to it. If you've never played Raven Creek, make sure to try, cause I don't know what you're gonna do with it once Build 42 drops, but it's a great map. You really should try it. But anyway, once I got home, I immediately went back to get the other truck with the guns. And then back again to get both sports cars. And for the first time in 100 days, I finally get to sleep in my own bed. I woke up the next morning and went straight to check the traps we placed before we left, and it does work. None of the rabbits were rotten, so now we have food for a little while. Before we go out again and explore some other city, I want to at least start a few projects on the base, and the first one is going to be the farming area. We're going to need crops to trap, and we can also weed it. And this actually gave me the opportunity to use the lawnmower, and it is so cool just to drive around with this thing. I had to go out looking for carrot seeds, and actually found a few and fell asleep. The trip took a little longer than I thought it would, so after we got back home and sowed the seeds, it was already nighttime. I got up early the next day to do some fishing, and I don't think I've ever done this in PZ. I feel like I've always preferred trapping and farming because it takes a little more effort than just, stand by a lake and speed up time. But they're gonna change that in Build 42, so who knows. Today I cleared the area surrounding the lake, and all of the cutting down trees and mowing grass actually takes a lot of time. I placed a bunch of the floodlights we got at the hospital, and even though it's not the best at lighting the place, it looks really cool. I went out the next day to get a few fishing supplies we had marked down, and by the way, look at how many logs we got just from the lake area. I want to start to work on the road towards the main street, and for that I'm going to need more buckets. But I think I know just where to find them. So after a little fishing in the morning, I headed out to Rosewood, and just look at all the zombies we've been dragging every time we drive around here. Remember to always drive the speed limit. I got to the fire station with the car just begging for mercy. So after I got what we came for, I fixed her up a little bit. It doesn't even look like we've cleared the city. This is all because of migration and all the noise from the cars and helis. I got home and realized that what we need is actually asphalt mixture, and we don't have that. So I repaired the red truck, and tomorrow we are gonna have to go back to Raven Creek. After a little fishing, of course. But once that was done, I got in the truck and we had to get the trailer to go through the fence. But you know, since I'm a great driver, it didn't really take that long. I was looking through the loot in this warehouse, and there's a bit of asphalt and other stuff, but I want to go back with a full trailer, so we're probably still gonna have to loot the city. After looking through all of the warehouses in the base, the truck was almost like half full, so we still had to go out and find more stuff. Since we're here, I also got some fishing gear and then headed out south to base 2. All of these items weigh a lot, so it takes a long time to pick them up and place them in the trailer, and as a consequence, you don't get much done in a day. But not on this next day. We did a lot today. I went up to these warehouses that honestly didn't have much in them, and then I remember about this place I have found in the last episode. Just look at how many items there are here. Once I was done, I went up to the McCoys and also didn't find anything there. Since the truck was pretty much full at this point, I went up to base 1 and noticed this other warehouse right in front of our base that I had marked down. And it actually had some of the things we needed. I got on the road early the next morning and one of the tires exploded. Now I need a jack, a lug wrench, a tire pump, and a tire, while I'm in the middle of nowhere. The closest place to me was the gas station we stayed at when we got to Raven Creek, but I only found a pump there. So I had to go to the military checkpoint. And just outside of it, towards the tunnel, I found a jack in the trunk of a car and a lug wrench in another one that was actually a heavy duty van. So I also got a tire from it. It literally took me the whole day to drive this somewhat short distance. Leveled up fishing in the morning and then started working on the road. And man, I'm screwed. I used all of the asphalt we got, and even though I fixed some of the holes in the driveway, I barely made a dent on the dirt path. We're gonna have to loot a lot more to finish everything. Or just, switch materials. At least on some of the other roads. At night I realized that I haven't watered the crops since I planted them, so I did a little of that before going to bed. And of course, now that I've started watering the crops, it starts to rain. Well, less work for me, I guess. Today I started working on what's gonna be the armory. I'm basically gonna build another barn next to these two, and I can do that thanks to the building menu mod that adds new crafts that lets you build a lot of the walls, floors, furniture, basically a lot of the things that already exist in the game, but that you couldn't really craft. I finished the main structure of the barn, so the walls and ceiling, and finished the floor the next day. And I gotta tell you, it looks really cool. I decided to add this garage door to it since it's the place where all of our guns will be, and I'll probably add to the other ones as well. I'm not sure yet. I built a few of these military lockers, but I ran out of metal sheets to finish. I crafted a few light switches to place it in the barns, and this helps out a lot. After that, I started moving all of the guns to the lockers, and 520 of space still wasn't enough. And that was just for the guns. All of the ammo, magazines, weapon parts, all of that is still not in here. I was testing out different materials to build the other entrance of the sheds, and I think I'll go with concrete. It looks good and we have a lot of it. I organized all of the fishing gear we got from Raven Creek, and then started clearing the trees to build the roads. Got another 11 fishing, and then spent the whole day just building the road. I probably should have thought about this a bit more, but we're gonna make it work. Did the same thing again the next day. I used all of the concrete we had the next morning, and then spent the rest of the day just gathering all of the logs we cut down. After that, I mowed the grass around the road, and then started working on the car workshop. I basically had to spend the day moving all of the hay bales out of the barn, and
I actually left them somewhere it won't bother me, because we might use it as decoration later.
I didn't really do anything today. I was just looking for some stuff, and when I realized the day was over. But on the next one, I crafted all of the asphalt we found here, and then started the work on the workshop. I'm not sure how to remove this little bit of hay left on the ground. The only thing that worked was putting another floor on top of it. And now I need a bunch of metal shelves to store everything. And would you look at that? Our first carrots are almost ready to harvest. Today I built a little more of the main road, and I found this big metal shelf in the building menu mod that has almost double the capacity of the normal ones. But I don't have the materials to build all of them. I also fixed some of the walls on the barn that had cracks in them, and then got the trailer in here to start unloading it. And it turns out this is not even close to the storage space we need. All of these have only tires in them. Like, just the tires. We're gonna need to expand this room. But I also need to get more metal sheets. So I got everything out of the trailer, and we'll go on a metal run. I harvested some of the carrots, and I think this will last for quite a while. I also placed a generator in a freezer by the trapping site, just to make things easier. The next morning, I got all of our propane tanks and torches, and also switched up the trucks, because the red one has a better engine quality. But it still needed some repairs. So I did that, and I also added armor to the windshield and doors. Then I went to the gas station to fill up the propane tanks, and I decided to inspect the trailer just for the sake of it, and look at this. I'm so glad I saw this before leaving. I got one more level in fishing, and then started repairing the trailer. Even with all of these car parts, I still had to go out looking for a brake. I have performance brakes here, but I'm not using that in the trailer. I ended up finding one in a record that was parked in one of the mansions, and now the trailer is as good as new. I harvested the remaining carrots, and now I have enough to trap for a long time. After that, I refueled the generators and realized that I don't have the metalworking for a skill book. So I went up to Fellas Lake's bookstore to see if I could find it there, but nothing. At least I got the pickup truck we found a couple episodes ago. On the way back, there were a lot of zombies on the road, and I have no idea where they came from. They're still kind of far from the base, but they'll get to us eventually. But now finally, we're out on our metal run. And of course I'm gonna go to Raven Creek. There is no other place on the entire map with that many cars to dismantle. Once I got there, I started working immediately. And when I went inside to sleep, another generator explosion for the series. Thankfully, this time the generator was outside of the base. Well, actually, I don't think that's what it was. Just look at how far the fire spread. It could have been a bomber jet from the expanded heli event. They're really rare, but they do exist, so... But anyway, we got a job to do. I spent the whole day just dismantling vehicles and looting all of the metal. The fire was still burning down buildings the next day, but that didn't stop us. I got a level in metalworking, and after another day, we still have like half of the trailer to fill up. That's gonna be a lot of metal. So I did that for another couple of days and got one more level in metalworking. I actually completely ran out of propane, so I had to take care of them. Got up to level 9 the next day, and now I think we have enough metal. I just want to get a few more engine parts, so I took the rest of the day to do that. And now we can go back home. As soon as I got there, I went straight to the workshop just to build all of the shelves, but just after I finished building them, I had an idea. So I took some of them out and started sawing out the logs we got. I'm basically gonna build 3 separate storage areas for all 3 vehicle types. I don't know if it's gonna look great, but we'll see. I ended up running out of red paint, so we'll have to go look for that later. I placed some of the floor on, and tomorrow I think we can finish everything. With the materials we do have, of course. But it turns out that all of the wood we had wasn't enough, so I had to go chop down a few trees. I got up on the roof with a ladder and started testing different types of roofs, but I ran out of planks again. I don't feel like cutting down a bunch more trees right now, so I built the doors for the new rooms and for the barn entry. Before the day was over, I wanted to make sure no generator explodes in this base, so I fixed all of the ones by the house, and that was it for the day. On the next one, I placed the back door of the barn, and I also got a mod that lets me remove all of the debris on the ground, so I did that as well. Then I wanted to place all of the shelves in the workshop so we can start cleaning this mess, and I actually leveled up to metalworking 10. Now only 3 crafting skills left. I spent the rest of the night just cutting down trees. And after I used all of the planks we got from those trees, I wanted to clean this place up. So I took the day to organize all of these items. Now there's just a few left outside. It just now hit me that we crossed the 1 year mark a couple days ago. And I know it's missing a few days on the counter, but that's because the game isn't all that realistic. Months in Zomboid don't have the exact same number of days as in real life. But still, quite a number. I don't know if we'll make it to 1000, but this has been awesome. I just want to thank everyone who's watching, and I really hope you guys enjoyed the series. I finally got everything out of the floor, and when I was unloading the truck, I had it crashed somewhere behind the house. I spent the next day just unloading the trucks, and I'm still not done. I did the same thing again the next day, and I don't have a place to store all of this metal. I guess this will do. But finally, all of the trailers are empty, so we can organize this a bit better. I actually used this jump starter for the first time. And now look at this. Much better. I got a few light switches to light up the garages, and then start working on the parking space for all of our vehicles. I'm not sure exactly on the layout of this parking lot, so I'm just gonna build and see how things go. Now we can add gravel to the material list. I tested a bunch of military cabinets and gun racks to see what they look like and like which is gonna look better, and everything here is so cool. Now it's officially New Year's Eve. 365 down, 635 to go. This is gonna take a while. All of this stuff on the ground is lagging my game a lot, so I took the day just to put them in containers we built. I'm thinking about starting this year with a little trip to Riverside, just so we can get all of the materials we need. So I stopped at the storage unit first, cause there might be some of the stuff we need here, and I ended up having to sleep in the truck today. The next day I went up to the warehouses and found a bunch of the things we need. Then I took engine parts from the cars in the parking lot. I went up to Riverside the next day and stopped by every place that could have what we're looking for, including the houses in the gated community. And that's it, we can go back home. I found this police car just outside of Riverside with 100% engine quality. We'll come back for it some other time. When I got home, I unloaded everything off of the trailer, and tomorrow we can start working again. The first thing I did was finish the west road that leads to the main one. I then used all of the asphalt we got, which wasn't much. On day 372, I actually leveled up to fishing 5, but I didn't record it. Then I went up to pour all of the gravel we got to build the parking lot, and it barely made a dent on it. We're gonna need a lot more gravel and a lot more asphalt mixture. Now the only thing left to do is finish the barn, so I went to the trapping site to chop down a few trees, but I actually had a lot of planks there already. So I got the main structure of the barn ready, and now I just need to figure out how to make the game recognize this new area as like a covered inside area. I moved the cars to the parking lot area and made some changes to one of the roads coming out of the barn. Then I spent the rest of the day just cutting down trees over at the trapping site. Now I'm pretty much done with the workshop. I got everything off of the floor, and if you want we can start working on the cars. I also painted some lines on the road just to break some of the concrete look. Now I'm gonna build the fence around the parking space, and I tried 2 different fences, but I think I'll stick to the wooden one. But I don't have any wood, so I gotta chop. And after I collected everything, I started to work on the fence. And I gotta tell you, it looks really cool. Of course I'm gonna do the entrance at some point, but for now we're gonna leave it at this. I think I'll even replace the other fence for the crops as well. One thing I still want to do in this episode is repair both sports cars and the pickup truck, so we're gonna do that. I want to start with the GT500 because she's my favorite. Just as I finished repairing the Mustang, A heli flew by and left an airdrop inside of the parking lot we just built. But look at how our thing turned out. Beautiful. Now I'm gonna repair the other sports car. I think there's something wrong with this car. It's just going away by itself. So I repaired the sports car, and it doesn't look great with all of this protection, but this is gonna be the car we use to attract the zombies when we clear towns, so the more hits you can take, the better. And the next one is gonna be the pickup truck. This one is in horrible conditions. I leveled up to Mechanics 8 while repairing the engine, and then read the next book before bed. I was done with the truck the next day, and this one was way easier than the other ones. I'm not sure if I'll add armor to it, cause it's not a vehicle we're gonna use that much. I don't know. Spend the rest of the day just organizing the workshop a little. And then I went out to get the last vehicle we're repairing this episode. Another ambulance. This right here is the best car in the game. It doesn't flip over, you can go through big hards, it has a lot of storage, it's just great. But this one's gonna need a lot of repair. I found this radio for the GT500 and now she's all green. On day 386, I finished repairing the van, and I don't know why, but the rear door immediately goes to 0 when I install a new one. But anyway, I went up to the gas station to fuel the van and the gas cans, and this is probably the most I've ever carried in PZ. Oh, actually there's one thing we need to do, which is add some armor to the van. And now she's looking, well, not really good, but definitely strong. And these are all of our vehicles so far. I'm not sure if I'm gonna repair the red sports car. I mean, I like the looks, but I think I can find one with 100% engine quality. I decided I'm gonna do what I said earlier about remodeling the farming fence. So I destroyed the old one and moved some of the stuff that was in the way. And then after using all of the materials I had, I realized I could make this fence look way better. But that means I need to cut down a lot more trees, so let's do that. I encountered a few zombies while I was at it, and I think that all of the helis with the migration and everything brought them here. Cause this area behind the house was supposed to have 0 zombies. I leveled up to strength 9, which is really nice. But anyway, now we can start working on the fence. And after a little while, I think this is as nice as it's gonna be. Some other time I wanna build a little shed on this booked area and just use the rest of the space to plant everything we need. Since we're here, I'm also gonna change the parking lot fence to match this new one. Now it's way better. I took the airdrop somewhere else and also cleaned up the place a little. I parked the trailers in here and they take too much space. So I'm just gonna build a separate parking area for them with a roundabout so I can turn them around easily. And even though we're gonna need a lot more concrete, this is gonna be way better down the road. Since there's not many days left to this episode, I wanna do things that won't take much time, like building the little farming shed I talked about. And I'm gonna do it using logs. This really goes well in a base in the middle of the forest, but I think it's gonna look nice here. The only problem is that it takes a lot of logs to build each wall, and the way I'm building this, I'm gonna have to go get some more. If we keep up like this, I don't think this forest is gonna last very long. But now that we have all the materials, we can build this thing. I spent 2 whole days in this, and I probably should have tested it before. I used every single log we got and still didn't finish, because I would build something, not like how it looked, and then dismantle it. Right now it looks like this. I think I'll just cut down trees for the last 2 days and get as many as I can. This way we won't need to do that in the next episode. And this might have been a bit too much. I'm sure we will use it at some point though. And that's it. Another 100 days. This one went by really fast, but we still did a lot of work. Now we're almost at the halfway mark. I really appreciate everyone who's been watching the series. It gives me a lot of motivation to keep doing it. So thank you and see ya. So on the last video, we built pretty much everything here. Well, not everything, but a lot. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit tired of this place. So we're gonna go back to exploring other towns. But before we do that, I need to gather all the logs we got on the last episode. And it's gonna take a while. For me at least. And while I was doing that, a heli crashed somewhere in the forest. And when I went to check it out, I got a scratch on my shin. But now that we're done with that, I immediately started organizing everything we need to just go somewhere else. So I got the van and the sports car and just basically everything we might need short term. Now just let me turn off all the generators so we don't have any surprises. Fuel up the cars and start moving. The place I'm going next is not very far, but I took a wrong turn somewhere and had to do a little detour through the country roads, which have a lot of car events, including a few 100% ambulance, and this police Mustang at 80%. I didn't get to where I wanted in time, so I'm gonna sleep on the road today, just so we don't have to fight any zombies at night. If you play Zomboid for a while, you probably know this place. This is the crossroads between West Point and Moldra, and I won't tell you just yet which city we're going to, because before we go anywhere, this place needs a cleanup. So I spent the whole day doing that. There are a lot of cars here, but none with 100 engine quality. By the end of the day, I got back in the ambulance because I don't think it's safe to sleep here. The first place I want to go to is actually Dixie, which is a trailer park. But to get there, we're gonna have to go through some Zeds. I found 2 katanas today and already started slicing zombies with them. I think this part of the highway is done. Now we can start clearing Dixie. Just look at this beautiful line of zombies. So on the next day, I headed out straight to Dixie, and even with an alarm, not that many zombies showed up. Actually, there were more coming from the highway than from Dixie itself. So I took a little tour around the trailer park and chose a random place to sleep in. And now it's time to go to Moldra. This is probably my favorite vanilla town outside of Louisville, just cause it has a good number of zombies and nice loot as well. So I spent the whole day going back and forth the main street all the way to the warehouse, cause that's where I wanna base at. See, this is what I'm talking about. A really good number of zombies, just like on the edge of town. This episode's gonna be fun. There are so many that I almost didn't see this katana. It's gonna be a while before we get our car back. Actually, we got it back this morning, but there's still a large number of zombies here. And because of all the decomposing bodies we're walking on top of for the whole day, we're getting quizzy way too fast. I need to find a mask ASAP. Did a bunch more of the same thing the next day, and I really don't want this to be like the Raven Creek episode, where all we did was clear everything as fast as possible. So this time I'm gonna try and find a nice balance between the zombie slaughter, base building, looting, and everything else. So after we clear this big ball of zombies around the car, I'm gonna start setting up our base. After I did that, I then just hit the horn a few times to see if there are any zombies close to the warehouse, and a lot more showed up. My game even crashed again, so I have to play the whole day for a second time. But now I'm just gonna start setting up our base. I got a bunch of sheet ropes to place them on the warehouse, and then I went to the restaurant next to us that has an apartment on the second floor, And this actually looks more like a base. So we're moving here. I'm desperately in need of spears. I've been using the machetes we brought with us, but they're almost done. So I chopped down some trees and made a few of them. I found one more katana today, and I also decided to bring the sports car over to the new base, just to make sure this place is as clear as possible. And now we're a bit safer than before. There was a very dense fog the next day, so I kinda just waited for it to go away. And then I went over to the storage units and found a generator there. It's not gonna change much for us now, but at least we got light in our place. I think tomorrow I'll do some work on this lake so we can fish safely, because I really don't want to live off of canned food for God knows how long. And it really took me some time to figure out how to do this. I don't know what's wrong, but I thought you could build in water. Well, since that didn't work, I built a little safe box on the shore. It's not my greatest work, but it's functional. The next day I went out looking for zombies on the streets close to us, and nothing. Well, not really. I think these guys were stuck on the fence or something. When I was almost done with them, the game bugged and I got a laceration. I literally killed a zombie on the floor with a normal attack when there was a zombie standing right in front of me. Let's hope for the best. All I can do now is fish and wait. Since it's a right arm injury, my attack speed is really slow, so I really can't go fight zombies. And basically anywhere we go there are a few stragglers. So I guess we'll drink and sleep all day. And on the next day, we were as good as new. Bro, this city is awesome. Just look at this. To be fair, this is the most populated area of Moldra. This is gonna be fun. I had to stop to go fishing because of the time, and it looks like our little box worked. I did the exact same thing the next day, but this time I managed to turn off the car. And they just won't stop coming. Today I leveled up to Nimble 7. And found another katana. We're still fighting the same place for 3 days now. I found 2 more katanas today. And every time I think I'm done, I move the car just a few feet and a bunch more show up. I leveled up to fishing 6, which means we'll be able to fish in the winter time and actually catch something. The next morning I built water barrels and connected it to the kitchen sink. Then when I was going back to the sports car, I saw that the zombies were starting to disappear, and that reminded me. I want to try and max out electric in this episode, and it's probably one of the most useless and time consuming skills to level up, but I'm gonna do it anyway. So when I'm finished with the zombies in this area, we're gonna start working on that. I cleared a bunch more today, but it's still not over. I wanna see if I can get all of the skill books here in Moldra, cause I'm missing a bunch back home. So I built these bookshelves, and once we go looting, we can place them here. The rest of the day was just more of the same, but tomorrow we're gonna go to metal watches. I got the first level really fast. Then I went back home to read the next book and out again to dismantle more watches. I took a quick look around the more residential area, and I think I'm gonna clear this part of the map before going back to the main road. So I cleared the zombies on the sports car, found another katana, and then started going east.
There's not as many zombies as on the main street, but it's still a good number. Did the same thing again the next day. Then I moved the car to another street a few blocks north. I moved the car again, and this time to Bob and Kate Street. And I actually stopped by their house once I was done clearing everything, and Bob gave me a laceration. To be honest, that was really stupid of me. While we wait to see what happens, I went out to dismantle more watches. It looks like we're okay, so let's kill some zombies. I went back to the main road and found a bunch of them there. I basically spent the whole day just clearing this one big group. And again the next day. I think I'll keep going forward until I get to the bookstore. Then from there you can start clearing the residential area. And I got one more katana. But now finally, after 7 days just going down this road, I cleared the zombies in front of the bookstore. And I had to bring the sports car back and actually left it in the gas station because it's almost empty by now. I just need to bring the generator over. So I got the Jenny and refueled the cars. Then I went over to the bookstore and I found almost every skill book there. So I got it all back to base and placed them on the bookshelves. And since I need to read the next fishing book, I just stayed there for the rest of the day. But now let's go back to the killing part. I found one more katana today and this US storage truck with 100% engine quality right in front of a US storage. I drove the sports car over to the gated community and there were a few more zombies than I thought it would. So I ended up having to abandon the car there. Look at these two big boys I caught in the morning. After I was done fishing, I went over to the sports car to try and take it back. And it took a while, but I got it. Then I had to leave it again. That's okay. I was going down the main road again, and I saw that the bodies were starting to disappear. So I decided to spend the day just dismantling watches. And I got one more level in electric. I got the sports car back the next day, and after driving around for a while, it looks like we're almost done with Modra. Of course I'm still gonna loot some of the POIs and stuff, but the big part is almost done. I drove around some more the next day, and all I found was like small groups of zombies. Also went to a couple of storage units and got another generator. I was going out again the next day when I hit the van on a tree and got a scratch on my right hand. I guess we're gonna sleep some more. And the only good thing about having first aid maxed out is this. Only a few hours and we're back to full speed. So early in the morning I headed out to the 3 big warehouses west of Modra. And I really thought it would be full of zombies here, but it looks like we attracted all of them when we got to the city. This place is gonna be essential when we decided to finish the work on our main base. I went back there the next day to get one of the trucks and a trailer, but it turns out they're both out of battery, and none of the vehicles on the parking lot have one. So I ended up just towing this one truck back to base, and when we do find a battery, we can just go back there and get the trailer. Now that we're almost done with Modra, I want to go to a place I've never been before. But first I need to gas up the car. The place I'm going next is March Ridge, and I've never had the interest to go there because there's nothing really special about it. It's just a place with more zombies than it should have. And for the looks of things, it has way more than it should. I leveled up to Longblade 7 here. and it took me the whole day to just clear the entrance. I had a stretcher in the back of the van, so I placed it in the toll booth and slept there. The next day I almost got into March Ridge itself, but the population here is just insane. I mean, look at this. It's not normal. After 3 days, I managed to get all the way to the end of this street, but I'm not done with the zombies yet. Fighting in this rain is horrible, by the way. I can barely see. I decided to go back to Moldra tonight, just so I can get more supplies, cause I'm literally on my last spear. And I got there before midnight, ate some fish and went to bed. I cut down a bunch of trees, and I just now realized that I don't have hunting knives here. All I have is a kitchen knife that only made a few spears. But I'm bringing the axe with me this time, so we'll be able to craft them there. I didn't want to go back in the middle of the day just to get there at night, so I slept here today. I woke up the next day and it looks like winter is almost here again. So I stopped at a store to get a few things, and when I was going back to March Ridge, I realized I forgot to bring food. But now we're good. Before I go back to fighting zombies, I want to dismantle all of the watches here before they disappear. So I just did that for the rest of the day. Today I think we got all of the zombies that could hear us from the street. So now I'm just gonna dismantle the rest of the watches and then move on to the next part of town. And that's exactly what I did. I finally got to level 10 electric. Now we are too short of maxing out all of the crafting skills. Then I continued going forward on that same street, and just look at this. Why this place has so many zombies, I seriously don't know. Did a bunch more of the same the next day. Let's not talk about it. Now all I'm gonna do is basically move the car and clear all of the zombies that show up until we have this place completely free of zombies. By the end of the day, I brought the sports car back so we could get the van out of there. Well, but I'm still gonna have to do some trips to Moldra every once in a while, just so I can maintain my weight. It really looks like we're gonna be here for a while, so I'm gonna let some of this play out for you guys. Had to stop for a while just to craft some spears. Back to Moldra. And back to Martridge. Since there's a dense fog out, I just spent the day going through the places we've cleared already. There are a lot of zombies in this really tight space. We're getting really close to the edge of town now, but that still doesn't mean there are no zombies left. Maybe a couple more days and we're done. After moving the car and just killing the zombies that show up a few times, it looks like we're pretty much done now. Of course there's still gonna be stragglers somewhere, but like the main part is done. Now I'm just gonna drive around and mark down the cars I find, and then we can go do something else. And it looks like we're all done here in Martridge. It's not a terrible place, but not a great one either. I mean, you're not missing much if you've never been to, but it's okay if you go, I guess. I would definitely not recommend building a base here. But anyway, it's time to go back to Moldra and see what we do next. So after a little maintenance work and another level in fishing, I think I want to go check out the rail yard. Because again, I've never been there. So I left the next morning and the drive there was really easy. Like there are not that many cars on the road, no groups of zombies to go through. But when I actually got to the place, I realized that this wouldn't just be a nice trip. This place has a lot of zombies. I just hope that there's some good loot in here or vehicles we can use. And just as I say that, I ran into this truck, which is not bad, plus a bunch more trailers. The next day, I basically try to find as many zombies as possible just to clear this place, and then I'm gonna start loading. I slept by a zombie corpse by accident, and I got nauseous overnight, so I'm definitely not going back there today. And since there's nothing else to do here, I guess I'm going home. I got on the van the next day and headed back to the train yard. I finally found a container from the containers mod, and it's like nothing special, but I've been using this mod for a long time and I've never found one. I decided to go to the warehouse that's outside of the fence, and to be honest, there's nothing here. Just a truck and a couple trailers. So I went back to the train yard and started looting there. And again, nothing really interesting. By the end of the day, I had gone through all of the places I could, so I just took the cars back home, and tomorrow we can do something else. And what I decided to do is go pick up the trailer for the semi-truck and go through all of the warehouses in Modra and get everything we might need to finish the main base. Now that we've entered November, it gets really hard to catch any fish. So it's important to do the fishing in the best hours, which are from 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. But besides that, today was just more of going to warehouses and storage units just to loot what we need. I did some more of that the next day, but now we're finished here. And tomorrow we can start moving all of this back to base. And that's exactly what I did. Once I got there, I immediately started unloading the trailer, and I did that for the whole day. And the next day as well. But now we're done. It's so much better to have a place for everything, because this way I don't really have to throw anything on the ground. After I parked the truck, I started working on the parking lot of the base, and the gravel I got was almost enough to finish. Now what I want to do is work on the parking space for the trailers. And I ran out of concrete again. At least now it's almost done. The last thing I want to do is work on the main entrance road. And this too is almost done. Now I'm gonna go to the warehouse we cleared like on episode 2 I think, because I'm pretty sure I didn't loot any of it, and it's a big warehouse. But it turns out that I didn't clear shit. This place is still full of zombies. And after a day of dealing with that, I had to sleep in the broom closet. On the next day, I basically looked at the cars here and cleared a few more stragglers. Then I started looting the warehouses, and soon enough, I was ready to go back home. Of course, then now that we have enough materials to finish the roads, this massive snowstorm hits and makes it impossible to see the ground. The only thing I can do is the parking lot with the gravel, but besides that, we just have to wait for the snow to melt. And while we wait on that, I'm gonna go get some of the cars and trucks we found. The first one is the US storage truck in Modra. Now the other truck we found in the parking lot of one of the warehouses. And when we got back to base, there was a zombie waiting for me there. I think this is like the first one here in 300 days. But now lastly, the van and the sports car we went to Modra with. And to be honest, I'm not sure what to do for the last 5 days. So I was looking around and decided to do some work on the wooden house we started building last episode. And after only 2 days, I did everything I could with the materials I have. And I also built a temporary place for the books in the house. And since there's nothing to do here, I'm gonna start preparing for the next episode. The first thing is repairing the cars. The van is pretty much in the same condition, but the sports car not so much. Now I've installed a tire chain to it, so hopefully it'll help. The next morning, a heli dropped another supply box in our backyard, and this one had like medical supplies in it. I used the rest of the day to organize the items we might need, and at night I went over to the gas station to gas up the cars. Now the last day, I'm gonna do something different from the other episodes. Let's get on the road again. This next place is really nice, but I'm only gonna show it to you in the next video. And that's it, 500 days. We're officially on the halfway mark. It's been a hell of a journey so far, and I really hope we can make it to 1000. So in the last video, I didn't really show you guys the place we're at, and we're gonna be here a while, so it's time I tell you. This is one of the 3 mansions in West Point, and I gotta tell you, I'm really excited to do this because, like, even though I've been to West Point many times, I don't think I've ever explored like all of it. It has always been kind of a checkpoint just to get to Louisville, so this one's gonna be nice for me. The first thing I need to do is clear the other houses, and this one right in front of our base had like a lot of zombies in it.
The good thing about this house we're staying at is that we have the river like really close. So we're gonna be able to fish in and not just starve to death. And look at what I found by the pier. 2 boats just waiting for us. I think it's the first time I've seen one this close. We're definitely gonna come back for them later. But let's not get settled so much. I wanna go and start making my way into West Point. And it's gonna be the same game plan as always. Use the sports car to attract the zombies and deal with them as they come. I found our first katana in West Point the next day and moved the car a little further. My goal here is to just clear the area around the school so we can start our actual base here. The house we're staying at is nice, but it's just too far away from everything, so... The only problem is that this place is just completely full of zombies. Everywhere you look, there are a lot of them. I hit a tree on the way back home and got a deep wound on my left hand. And luckily it was on my left hand, so my attack speed is still the same. We've been driving back and forth this road for like 5 days now, and it looks like we're attracting a few zombies that were close enough to hear us. This is gonna be a problem soon. And this is not even the most populated area of West Point. I pulled a little more zombies than I should have, and I almost got to full exertion here. I'm pretty sure West Point and Modra have like the same amount of zombies. Maybe West Point has a little more. But the thing is, West Point is smaller, so it really doesn't make sense. And the loot here is way inferior to Modra. So I really don't understand why they made it like this. I was going back to the school when I hit another tree, but this time it wasn't just a scratch. This is not the worst kind of fracture, but it's gonna slow us down all the same. So all I can do for now is just fish and wait. And forage. I completely forgot this was a thing. It's gonna be a while before I can max it out, but it's a skill we're gonna have to grind in the summertime anyway. Surprisingly, on the next day, we weren't limping anymore. The fracture is still there, but with the splint on, we can walk normally. Which means we can go back to the school and, drive more carefully. But when I got there, my guy here was limping again. I have no idea why. I mean, we can still outrun zombies like this, so I might as well stay here for the day. I don't want to risk it too much, so on the next day I went back to foraging. I even paid Ben a visit, but he wasn't home. I don't know how long it's gonna take for this fracture to heal, so I'm gonna speed this up for you guys while I do a lot of foraging and fishing. I decided to remove the splint this morning and the fracture was gone. It lasted exactly 8 days, which is weirdly fast, but I'm not complaining. Now we can go back to killing the zombies by the school. And don't worry, I'll drive safe. And look at this, I already found a katana. I'm starting to run out of spears and I don't have hunting knife to craft more. So we're gonna have to go after that tomorrow. I moved the car before I went home today, just to make sure that this area south of the school is cleared out as well. Before I went out looking for hunting knives, I had to gas up the generator just to make sure our food doesn't go bad. And now we can start looting. A lot of the bodies already disappeared because of the time it took to heal that broken foot, but I still found a few. By the way, look at this snowstorm. This is one of the big ones. It's not much, but it'll help us get by for now. So now we can go back to securing the school. A few of the zombies got away from the horde, but I managed to get everything under control again. And guess what? I hit a tree again. This time thankfully it was only a scratch, but I do gotta be more careful. A couple meta events and a jet ended up pulling all of the zombies from the car, so that kinda slowed us down a little. I moved the car one last time, and now I think we're pretty much done. Of course there's still gonna be a few zombies walking here and there, but the more bulky part is done, so I guess we can start securing the school. I'm gonna base on the second floor and break the stairs, cause it's still not very safe to be here. But we'll do that tomorrow. Today I just cleared the inside to make sure there are no zombies left. The next morning I gathered all of the items that were in the house, got the Jenny, and headed out to our next base. The 3 mansions are a great choice if you're looking for a long-term base. It's kinda far away from everything, but I don't know, I guess that's good and bad. I placed the generator outside of the base, and you'll see why in a second. Then I placed a few sheep ropes, and when I was going down to break the stairs, a heli flew by and pulled a bunch of zombies to the school. And that's exactly why I placed the generator outside. This way they don't stay inside the school and just like gather up at one place. Never mind that. I hate the expanded heli event mod. Well, not really, it's way more fun to play like this. After a little cleanup, I cut down some trees and started securing the base properly. Now they can get to the second floor and we are 100% safe. I'm gonna organize some of this right now and expand this room so we can have all of our stuff in one place. I'm kinda starving right now, so I went across the street to get something to eat. Then I went back to the base and built a set of stairs so we can get on the roof. Got a trash bin in here to delete the items we don't need. And built a couple water barrels. I decided I'm gonna change the red carpet to blue so it matches in both rooms. And this is what I meant when I said the generator would group the zombies together. This way it's less likely I'll run into one inside the school. I had no idea it would take this long to change carpets. After I had finished it, I went after some bleach so I could clean the floor. Now tell me this doesn't look much better. I didn't have enough to clean everything, but just this little part makes it a lot better. Now I want to do the same thing I did in Moldra, which is to get every skill book I can find so we have like the full collection in one place. And I started by getting some of the bookshelves from the library, and I'm gonna have like one bookshelf for each level, just like we did in Moldra. I didn't find all of the books, but this is good enough. Before the day was over, I went to the river to see where I could fish, and I found 2 more boats there just waiting for me. I don't want to finish the base right now, cause if I do that, then the rest of the episode is gonna be me swinging at zombies. So I'm gonna go swing at zombies now, and we can finish the base once that gets boring. But before I go do that, I need to get a bed for this place. And now we can go. I'm having a hard time keeping my weight up, cause fishing in the winter is just the worst. I think I might have to go loot some houses to find food. Also, I forgot to get a stove for the place, so I did that as well. I moved the car today and it looks like it's getting serious. I decided I'm gonna try fishing twice a day to see if that keeps my weight up. I found a new piano stool today. I think I lost mine in Modra and didn't find one until now. I ended up pulling more than I should have and they got all the way to the base. The next day, a heli crashed while I was fighting the zombies, and it caused a complete mess. I think this is the first time the expanded heli event mod is actually getting in the way of what I'm doing. And I'm out of spears again. So I spent the next day looking for hunting knives and crafting more spears. And now I'm underweight. So I'm gonna have to go find some high calorie foods. And also got a scratch on my upper arm. At least we're good for a while. But I'm still gonna try and survive off of fish and keep what we got as a backup. Now we can go back to the car. Oh, actually, I need to clear the area around the school because the crash heli got some attention to this side. And I found one more katana today. And because things just can't seem to go smoothly on this episode, the sports car ran out of gas today. Now the zombies are gonna migrate for the 5th time in the last 10 days. I have some gas left in the gas can, but it won't be enough. Luckily, I found some more close to the sports car. And just as I get a large number of zombies around the car, a jet flies by and takes them away. It's starting to get annoying. At least I managed to turn off the car before I went back. This city is on a different level. Just a couple blocks down and look at how many more zombies showed up. It's gonna take a few days to clear this one. Or maybe not. But again, only a block down and a few hundred more show up. Not only that, but just as I parked the car, this alley decided to start shooting and made a mess. Yeah, this may be the biggest horror we've seen so far. This one is actually gonna take a few days to clear. I found a katana in the middle of all this. And also, before I forget, we just hit 100,000 kills. It's crazy to think that after I finished the first video, I thought I might be able to get like 10,000 kills on every episode and finish the series with 100k. This is just a huge number. But now going back to this episode's new trend, this heli just tried to pull the zombies away from the car, but this time it wasn't so bad. And now migration got them. I gotta craft more spears anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So I spent the next day doing that. And now we can go back to the horde. I got inside the car today, and it looks like I'm gonna run out of gas before I can clear these guys. We've been here for so long that some of the bodies have started to disappear already. Since a few of them wandered off of the car, I decided to go after some gas. And luckily I found this car that had a full tank. So I think this should last us up until we get to a gas station. And it looks like we're done with this horde. It only took 10 days to clear this one. 10 days. I drove around this block today, and there are not as many zombies as I thought it would. So maybe it won't be as bad going forward. I found one more katana today. It looks like we got a big part of West Point in those hordes back there. Cause this city is empty. I mean, not really, but like way less than we've seen so far. Found another katana by the gas station. There's still a few zombies close to the edge of town, but it's nothing that's gonna take too much time. I found another katana today. And to be honest, I'm getting bored of killing zombies. So tomorrow we're gonna continue the base building. The first thing I wanna do is build a place that I can use to level up mechanics. I could just do it out in the open, but we all remember what happened in the first episode. So now that I finished building that, we're gonna need cars to work on. I tried towing a car here, but it doesn't really work. So I'm gonna try to find a battery and some gas so I can do this right. I found a heavy duty one in a car, but I need a sports car battery. So I decided to go to the American Tire shop on the other side of town. And even though there are a few zombies here, I managed to get in and find a battery. So now we can start leveling up. I had to stop for a while to find some more food, and got to level 9 mechanics while a jet flew by. And finally got to level 10 after a few days. Now there's only farming left in the crafting skills. But enough of that, let's go back to the slashing sound of spears. I just now realized that I left the sports car running for like 15 days, so of course it's out of gas. I have found a couple generators back in the streets, so I got one and took it to the gas station. I think half a tank will last to the end of this video, so it's good enough. I think this is probably the last big group left in West Point. I leveled up to fishing 8 the next morning, but I wasn't recording. And we're done with this one as well. Now that we've cleared most of the city, I want to go loot some places and just like take notes on the stuff I find. And the first place is the gun store behind Twiggy's. I actually forgot to bring a sledgehammer, so I had to go back and get it. Now a lot of you have been asking me if I'm gonna use guns eventually, and yes, I will. But I have something planned that's gonna take a lot of ammo, so I'm just saving for that. But don't worry, I use them. And I also went to the Gigamart to get some more food. It really looks like we cleared most of the city in that one place back there. Of course there's always gonna be a few like here and there, but you can see it's way less than it should be. I went over to the police station the next day, and the loot here is way better than Rosewood and Moja. It's still not good enough for the amount of zombies we had to go through, but still. Also, I broke the bull bar of the ambulance today, so now I can't run over zombies anymore. I got in the sports car to see if any zombies would show up, and surprisingly, there are quite a few behind the police station. And another katana. One more. So I hit the car again, got a scratch, now I can't fight. But with the power of first aid 10, we're back to full speed in just one day. I took the sports car to the storage unit and warehouse on the edge of town, and there are a few zombies here. And not anymore. After looking at some of the vehicles here, I decided to take the sports car back to the school, because I don't think we're gonna need it anymore. The next day I went to clear this area south of the base, and there's still this little place I haven't checked yet, and there's nothing special here, I just want to clear it. I drove around some more the next day, mostly just looking for cars, but I stopped to clear this street because it had a few more zombies than usual. I did the same thing again the next day, and now that I've been to every POI in West Point, I think it's time to leave. There are not a lot of things I want to take back to base with me. Actually, the only thing I'm gonna leave here for now are the guns. But I'll come back for them when the time is right. So I guess that's it. Last night at the school. I thought West Point would be a boring city to stay at, but it really wasn't. I think the mix between killing the zombies, working on the base, leveling up mechanics, looting, like all of this made it easier. Once I got to the main base, I repaired the generators and threw away all of the rotten food that was in the fridge. After I organized the items we had in the van, I took both cars to the workshop so I could fix them, and the van is in terrible condition. I fixed what I could, but we ran out of metal sheets here in the base, so I can't really craft all of the armor for it. And that's it. Another 100 days. We ended the last episode here in the main base, and there's really nothing to do here right now. So I took this first day to pack the essentials, cause we're gonna go explore another city. I also did a little fishing to keep my weight up, and read the last fishing book. Before I forget, I need to refuel both of our vehicles, especially the sports car. Then I got a generator as well, cause I don't know how hard it is to find one where we're going. And the last thing before we leave, I wanna add some extra protection to our clothes. Since it's winter and we're gonna have them on most of the time, I might as well protect myself a little better. So I finished that the next day, also organized some of the items in the base, and tomorrow we leave. So let me turn off the generators, get my food for the road, and let's go. This one's gonna be a bit of a long trip. But now, the city we're going to is Mojo. Nah, I'm kidding. The city we're going to is Bedford Falls. And by the looks of things, it's gonna be exciting. I mean, all of this just at the entrance of the city. We're starting this episode with 110,000 kills. If I remember, I'll show it again by the end of the video. Now, I've never played in Bedford Falls before, and never really seen anything about it. And I'm gonna avoid using the online map to navigate the city, cause when I was in Raven Creek, I feel like it ruined some of the experience. I'm gonna have to sleep in the van until I find a safe place to base at. Found the first katana of the episode today, and I think that as soon as I'm done with this area, we can find a place to set up camp. And I'm done, so let's find a place to stay. This first one in the corner is not so bad. We're probably going to be changing bases in the city just because I don't know where the best place is, so this will do just fine. The thing I really liked about modded maps is that the layout of the structures is completely different from vanilla. This really keeps me on my toes because I don't know what to expect when I walk inside a building. It looks like this is a secret apartment or something. It doesn't have a way in, but we can make our own. But now that we have a place to sleep, we can go back to the zombies. I really hope not all of the groups we attract to the car are this size. A jet flew by in the morning, and just look at how many zombies came from this hospital. I moved the car a little further, and again, a bunch more zombies showed up to the party. After I got rid of them, a jet flew by and these guys just came out of the forest. This mod is really starting to annoy me. I decided to go and loot the hospital right now, because I don't want to have to come back here later. And one of the first zombies I found had a katana stuck in him. And like every hospital we've been to so far, this one is also packed with zombies. I drove the sports car over to try and get as many as I can outside, just so I don't have to fight them indoors. After some time attracting zombies to the car, it's time to go inside. It looks like this inmate hospital. Not sure if that's a real thing, but you know, we're fighting zombies, so. I almost got sandwiched by 2 zombies here. You know, not gonna lie, my heart stopped for a second. It looks like the car only got half of the zombies outside. This other side is still completely full. I got to the end of it, and there's really nothing interesting inside. There is this other building next to the hospital that I have no idea what it is. And I guess we're done here. So let's go back to the main street. And I already found another katana. These cars on the street are really annoying. I'm gonna end up getting stuck and dying because of it. This city is probably worse than West Point. I mean, look at this. On day 618, I was finished with this sword. And things got a little too intense when I moved the car. This was really close. For a second I thought this was it. The place I've been going back to sleep is kind of far away from where the sports car is, so I'm gonna move to a house further up the road. And this one is good enough. Now that the place is secured, let's go back to the car. I moved the car again, and still, everywhere we go, there are a lot of them. And spring is almost here again. But we're definitely not out of winter yet. I had no idea there were so many zombies here. And this storm is not helping at all. By the way, just look at how close they are to the house I'm staying at. And I found another katana in the middle of all this. So my PC just turned off halfway through the day and I lost the footage. But I had basically just like moved the car 1 block down and now a lot more zombies showed up. Oh, and I also found another katana. The amount of zombies we killed in this place is unbelievable. I moved the car 2 more times today. The first time was okay, but the second, I didn't stay to see what it looks like, but I can tell it's gonna be a while before we get rid of them. I finally leveled up to strength 10, and now we can start thinking about using guns. My right mouse button has been acting weird for a while, and today it almost costed me to run. Okay, so here's the thing. I have a total of 0 weapons left, and this place is already kind of far away from the sports car. So we're gonna fix both these issues today. I found this part that's gonna be a nice base. And now that I've secured it, we can fix the weapon issue. I'm gonna try and craft enough spears for the rest of the video, which probably isn't a good idea, but we'll see. This zombie almost killed me in-game and in real life. I don't know if this will be enough, but it's gonna last a while. And of course that this alley that crashed somewhere behind the bar got a bunch of zombies to the place. Moved the car again today. And found another katana. And another one. Once I was done with this sword, I moved the car, and while I was killing the zombies that followed me, this jet flew by, and when I noticed, all of these zombies were coming to get me. I spent the next day just cleaning the mess the jet left behind. There were zombies everywhere, and tons of them, and this storm is definitely not helping. It's the middle of the afternoon and it's dark out. I leveled up to Longblade 9 today, and I'm not sure if I can find enough katanas to get to level 10 by the end of the series, but I'll try. It doesn't even look like we've cleared this part of the city. I got rid of the ones by the car today after a few days of going back and forth. I drove around the block and killed a few more zombies, but this side is pretty much empty now. So I took the car back to the main street, and it's the complete opposite of empty. When I was almost done with them, this friendly jet thought it was a good idea to bring me more zombies. I'm really getting bored of walking in a straight line just killing zombies. I think once I'm done with this group, I'm gonna go do something else. So let's go. Now, I don't want to force myself to stay in one city for the whole video, cause it can get really tedious really fast. And that being said, I'm going back to the main base. Now don't worry, I won't stay long, I have other plans in mind. But since we're here and the snow has melted,
I might as well build the roads that are missing. It's not the best looking road yet, but we'll get there, trust me. I got some of the stuff out of the van and realized I haven't done the entrance for the parking lot. So I got a few of the gravel bags, and apparently it's the same color as the very hard to find asphalt we've been using for the last 300 days. Well, at least now we know. After I finished doing the road work, I got some stuff that we're gonna need and did a little fishing. And now let's get out of here. I'm starting to think I might not be a great driver. So for this episode's side mission, I'm gonna go to the military base. But it's not that simple. You see, since we're almost 2 years in, vegetation took over the dirt road that leads to the military base. So we're gonna have to cut down a lot of trees to get there. And it's not an easy thing to do with a severe scratch on my right hand. I'm gonna go back to the main road and sleep in the van until we can get there.
And it's not like there are no zombies here. If we don't cut down these trees and get stuck and it starts to get dark, that's a recipe for disaster. And after saying that, I'm just gonna go for it. I mean, there's room for the vent to go through. The problem is gonna be when we go back, because there are gonna be zombies waiting for us. But that's for future me to handle. I got a bigger problem in my hands. I need to clear all of these zombies before it gets dark. And with no cards to track them to one spot, it's gonna be very difficult. I'm just gonna leave them in the forest for now and deal with it tomorrow. So let's hope for the best. I could just leave them in the forest, but I don't want to get sandwiched when we're fighting zombies later. So I'm gonna clear them now. It's gonna be a while until we can get to the military base. I kinda wish I would have brought the sports car with us. Also, I'm not sure if the food I have is gonna be enough. Since I don't have a sports car, this will have to do it. It looks like there are more zombies outside of the fence than inside, but that works for me. I got to the actual military base today, and again, the majority of zombies are outside of the fence. If this keeps up, it's gonna be easier than I thought. Unfortunately, I found this SRT vehicle, whatever that means, with 100% engine quality. And I say unfortunately because it's gonna be a hell of a mission to go through that forest with it. I managed to get inside the base, and I don't want to jinx it, but it's been pretty easy so far. I was walking through the corridors and ended up getting to the backyard. And I definitely don't want this problem right now. I don't think I've ever been this focused playing PZ. I decided I'm just gonna get the guns and gun parts I find here and leave. Cause honestly, there's not much more to this place. So I gathered everything and left them in the military vehicle we found. Oh, and by the way, SRT stands for Special Response Team. It was on the back door. But now that we're done with the military base, it's time for the hard part. Leave. Remember all of those zombies we drove past in the forest? Yeah, they're still there. I got the vent to attract as many as I can, and then I'm gonna cut down some of the trees. Just look at how many started to come out of the forest. I cut down so many trees I even broke my axe. But I still have a couple more in the van. So now let me go get the other vehicle and let's get out of here. Nah, I'm kidding. Of course I'm not gonna be towing a car through the forest at night. I'm not even gonna take this car right now, because there are gonna be a lot of zombies in the forest and I can't risk getting stuck. And thank God I didn't, because there are way more zombies than what I thought. It's crazy. I'm gonna go to the Rosewood fire station so I can eat, sleep, and then we can go back for the other car. What exactly happened here? This can't all be zombies from the first episode, right? Well, I just hope they don't get too close to the base. I'm gonna use this car to go back to the military base. It's definitely not ideal, but it's what we got. Let's just hope it doesn't die in the middle of the forest. Oh, here we go. There were some really tense moments in here. A few where I thought I wasn't gonna make it. But we got it. I'm just wondering how I'm gonna get back with all of those zombies there. I went up to the military base to see if I could find gas for the car, but I barely found any. So I guess this will have to do it. Last night here at the military base. Hopefully not our last night. This heli really had me worried, because I thought they would just like all get together in a big group. But for the first time in history, the heli event saved me. Of course there were still a few zombies, but way less than yesterday. That didn't stop me from hitting the car a bunch of times. I mean, just look at my health. I went back to get the ambulance and it doesn't even look like we've been to Rosewood. The zombies just took back the city. And we're back to the main base. I need to repair the ambulance again. I think there's like a bug in this game or something, because all those trees just kept spawning right in front of me. And of course that broke the bull bar. But I'm still out of metal sheets to build stuff, so I got my beautiful Mustang and went over to the mansions across the street to see if I can find some. Now she looks brand new again. Before we go back to Bedford Falls, there's a place I want to take a look at. Now if you live in a cave, you may not have heard that Build 42 is coming out soon. We hope at least. And in Build 42, they're adding new cities to the game. But these cities are already in the game, kind of. That's what I want to go take a look at. And just because this place is on the edge of the map, doesn't mean that there are no zombies here. It's literally the opposite. So I broke the barrier blocking the way, but I'm gonna go back to sleep in Riverside, because I don't know what's waiting for me on the other side. Oh, and this happened. I broke my arm and almost died. I don't think it's gonna affect my swing speed, but we'll see. It doesn't. Now I'm just gonna wait for this rain to stop and we can go. I ended up eating way too much and didn't even see that I was getting overweight. And this is Brandenburg, one of the cities coming in the next update. Yes, one of them. There are more. Now, of course, the city is not ready. There's still a lot of places missing and roads missing, but we can have an idea of what's gonna look like. And honestly, I didn't thought there were gonna be like buildings ready with stuff inside. But technically, if you wanted, you could just base here and you have a gas station, you have a Gigamart, you have well, almost everything you need. I'm not gonna show the whole city because it's kind of a big place, but if you wanna see more detail, you can just hop in the online map or even visit yourself if you want to. You just need to go west of Riverside and you get here. But yeah, let's go back. I ended up hitting the car at the exact same spot. This time was only a scratch though. But now let's go back home. And since I'm here, I might as well bring this police car with 100% engine quality back with us. I was starting to think we might not find a single vehicle for our collection in this episode, but we already got two. And now after 20 days, I think it's time to go back to Bedford Falls. This is a very nice break. I'm ready to mindlessly swing the spear again. It's so weird to see this street with no bodies and no snow. But now let's get back at it again. Bro, being overweight sucks. I get tired really fast, but I think we can get rid of it in a couple days or so. I moved the car again, and we're almost getting to the end of the street. And I finally got rid of the overweight trait. After only 7 days with it, I can tell you it's one of the worst negative traits ever. I was on the last wave of the day when these two jets flew by and basically took all of the zombies away from the car. Turns out it wasn't so bad. They ended up going north, so it didn't create that mess on the street. I haven't seen one of these in a while. But just with a little noise, we got them all back to the car. Now we're pretty much on the end of this street, and once I'm done here, we can start moving up. I parked the car exactly in front of a building and now I can't see where the zombies are. Found one more katana. I leveled up sprinting in the morning while running back to the car, but I didn't record it. I moved the car one block down and it looks like we're almost done here. Yeah, so there are no more zombies in the south of the city. Now let's move up. Well, actually, before that, I need a new base. This one is so far away now. I found another bar to base at, so I added the sheep ropes, went to the house next door to get a new bed, and now we can go back to the car. But it's out of gas. So I got the generator that we had in the back of the sports car and installed it in the gas station that's almost in front of our new base. I got a bunch of zombies around the car, and then they just left. But they're back now. Okay, I'm getting a little bored here, so I'm gonna speedrun the next 10 days or so, and then we'll go do something else. And we're done. So let me get the sports car, and tomorrow we're going back home. It's not gonna be easy to tow this car out of here. But after some tricky maneuvers, we made it. Now let's go home. I went outside the next day and it looks like we have visitors. Eventually we're gonna have to upgrade our defense system. Or, actually create one. I spent the rest of the day unloading the van and fishing. So the reason I came back home earlier is because I want to prepare some stuff for the next episode. And the first thing is the car. I'm gonna switch up to the Mustang because it doesn't matter how nice a car is if we're not gonna use it, right? And the second thing is guns. Finally. But there's a problem. I went through all we got here in the armory, and there's basically no shotgun shells. And since we're level 0 aiming, we need to use a shotgun. But I think I know just where to find some. So let's go to Raven Creek. The truck ran out of gas right in the military checkpoint, but it wasn't so hard to find a gas can in a car with gas. Then I went straight to the gun store close to the first base we had here. And I don't know why, but there's almost no shotgun shells either. Luckily, when I first got to Raven Creek, I got all of the shotguns I found in zombies and left them in the ground. Now we can just get the ammo off of them. It's not much, but it'll help. I went to a couple more places that I had noted on the map that actually had guns. And tomorrow I'll go to the last one. And now that we got everything from the police station, it's time to go back to base. I'm not sure if this will be enough, but we can always come back and get more. So yeah, that's it. Thank you for watching, and make sure you don't miss the next video, because it's gonna be fire. So we finished the last video on the road because we were getting back from Raven Creek with a bunch of toys in the back of the truck. But before we go out and do anything, I need to sort out what I'm gonna take with me. So I started by emptying the trailer. Now that I have everything in here, I'm gonna go through all of the shotguns and find the 3 I like most to take with us. I'm gonna do the same thing with the 5.56 rifles. And now the 9mm pistols. And these are the chosen ones. Now I just need to modify them. And I can tell it's gonna take ages to do that, because it took me a whole day to get like only one shotgun ready. But I'm picking up the pace, so I don't think it's gonna take that long. I'm all done with the shotguns, now let's move to the rifles. This one looks really cool. And look what we got here. I knew I had more shotgun shells somewhere. Now we're gonna have some real fun. I'm done with the rifles, now let's go to the pistols. And we're finally done. These are all of the guns we're taking to Louisville. Yeah, I don't think I've said it before, but that's where we're gonna use them. I'm gonna gather up all of the magazines for our weapons. And I already got to level 2 reloading just with the 9mm mags. I got to level 3 the next day. And spent a whole day just loading magazines. Now that we're done with the weapons, I just need to get some items that we're probably gonna need. Like skill books, nails, fishing rods so I don't starve, that kind of stuff. It looks like it's spike season around here. I also got a generator to make sure we don't run out of gas. And this is pretty much everything. We got our guns, ammo, mags, and all of the random things. Now it's time to liberate Louisville. So I turned off the generators, checked the car, and now let's hit the road. It's really nice to finally drive the Mustang. I was waiting for an opportunity like this to use it, and it looks really badass. Before we keep going, I actually need to get more rounds for the shotgun. Things got a little weird because I shot it once and a few zombies started to show up. Oh, and by the way, look at how bad it is to shoot the pistol at level 0 aiming. A bunch of zombies got around the car and I almost ran out of bullets, but I did get the first aiming level. I ended up switching shotguns because that one doesn't have a silencer. And I think I'm getting the hang of this. I'm gonna sleep in the car until we can get to a base. I got to level 2 aiming in the morning. And reloading 4 right afterwards. Then another one in aiming. The game plan here is to first go to the mall in Valley Station and clear that, and then go to Louisville. And I want to go to the mall first because it's the area on the map with the most zombies like in one place. I stopped at the racetrack to check a couple cars I spotted from outside, and this place is infested with zombies. But it would make for a nice base here, because it's close enough to the mall but not too close, you know. Plus there are a bunch of cool cars in here that I wanted to take a look at. The next day I started using the pistol, and now I can sometimes hit them if I'm very still. But it's really cool. I feel like 007. The cars here are nice, but unfortunately none of them have 100% engine quality. I leveled up to aiming 4 the next day while clearing the racetrack. And look at how many zombies are here. This is all because of a heli that flew by a couple days ago. But at least now we have a place to sleep. It's very humble, but it's only temporary, so. The good thing is that now we can start moving towards the mall. I found a few zombies on the other side of the bridge, but not that many. And then as I was moving up, I remembered that I have another map mod right here. This dirt path, and actually this whole street, doesn't exist in vanilla. I think it's called Cabin in the Woods and the Lake House extension. And this is the cabin right here. And it looks like a nice place for a base. It's not really that close to the mall, but it's way closer than the racetrack. I'm gonna think about that. I don't want to talk about it. Oh boy, now I have to find a working vehicle to get my car out of there. I went back to the racetrack to see if any of the cars there are working, and it turns out that the fire truck has gas and a battery. I guess it'll work. But when I got there, the car was magically upright. I didn't like that I wasted my time, but at least we got the car back. I'll try to be more careful now. I feel like I've been saying this a lot throughout the series. Okay, so I am gonna base here in the cabin, but I won't leave anything valuable that I can afford to lose. Just in case it gets overrun, you know? I had to get rid of a few zombies that wanted a cabin just for them, but now I'm all settled. So let's start digging into this mall. I leveled up aiming again on the street next to the cabin, and I actually spent the whole day here. Mostly because of this heli that started shooting and attracted a lot of zombies to my position. And I mean a lot. I think I might be getting a little too close. Tomorrow I'll switch to the rifle and see if it works with our aiming level. Well, actually, I'm gonna starve real soon, so I think I'm gonna go to West Point and eat first. Well, turns out that I didn't store much food here, so let's go to the Gigamart. And all I could find here was canned food, so yeah. At least I think we should be good for a while. And right before I got out of West Point, I remembered that I didn't loot the gun store behind Twiggy's. There's not much in here, but I got a few things. And after a night in the school, let's go back to Louisville. And there you go, the first katana of this episode. I probably won't use it, but you never know. This intersection is crowded. I'm not sure if these zombies are from the mall or not. Maybe they came down here after the heli. At least I hope so, cause if all this is just from here, I don't think we're gonna have enough ammo to even get there. It looks like we're gonna be here a while before we actually get to the mall. I need to switch guns ASAP because this shotgun is way too slow. Once I'm out of shotgun shells, I'll start using the rifles. And that happened right the next day. I'm gonna start using this rifle first and we'll see if it's good or not. I got another level in reloading. and this is way better. I still can hit every shot, but it's way faster than the shotgun. And it turns out that with the fire mode set to single, it's even faster. I ended up running out of water and my character got extremely hot. And there's no sink in the cabin. So I had to go back to the racetrack to find it, and since it was late I slept there as well. I basically spent the next day just reloading magazines, and now let's go back to the action. It looks like we're getting close. This right here is the edge of the most populated 7 Project Zomboid. I think tomorrow we can get to the parking lot. I decided to switch guns to change things up a little, and it was a bad idea, because I got one of the rifles that doesn't have a silencer, and this forest is still full of zombies. They ended up pushing me back a lot, and the street we had cleared is now taken again. But I'm gonna stick with this one for now, and once we get close to the mall, I'll switch it up again. The good thing is that this way, we got a lot of the zombies that we can't see. I went back to the racetrack to get more water, and when I came back, the jet flew by. And well, this happened. I'm seriously thinking about just going to Louisville and forget about this place. It doesn't look so bad, but still, it's gonna be a while before I get back there. And I'm already halfway through my boxes of 5.56, so I'm gonna change rifles again. This is the best looking one in my opinion, and it's great for long range. It turns out that it wasn't so hard to get back to the mall. If no plane decides to get in the way, we should start clearing it tomorrow. I'm starting to run out of ammo, at least for the guns we have here, so when we run out I'm gonna go back to the base and get more. Today we finally stepped on the parking lot of the mall, and this place is like nothing we've seen before. Well, this is actually the movie theater. The mall is a little to the right. But before we go any further, I need to get more ammo. So let's go back home. Of course I've used all the 5.56 we had, but I still have lots of other types. And these are the ones I have the most. Now I just need new weapons. And these are the chosen ones. Now let's modify them. I basically got one weapon for each ammo type, besides the 308, just so I don't have to waste too much time here. And they're all ready. Now I just gotta find and load all of the mags for them. And after 3 days just doing that, we are ready to go back to Louisville. I almost forgot to turn off the generator. Thank God I didn't. I stopped at the gun store in West Point to see if there's any ammo here, and there is a really nice amount actually. I don't know if it'll last us until the end of the video, but it's gonna be close to that. And on the next day, it's finally time to go back to action. And this gun is way better than the ones I was using before. Like, way better. I can shoot really fast and I'm dealing way more damage. Plus the range on this thing is crazy for the scope that's on. The only problem is that it takes almost a whole day to load all of the mags and about 2 days to unload it all. Imagine if we used the sports car to attract zombies like we did in the past episodes. It will probably crash my game. I mean, just look at how many there are in this parking lot. I said it would take a couple days to go through all of the mags, but it's actually just one. I think the fun time with this gun is gonna end really soon. When I was going back to rest, I decided to try and clear the lake house, because it's a lot closer to the mall than the cabin is. The only thing is that it's late, raining, and I'm already tired. Luckily, there are not that many zombies here. I'm not even gonna clear the whole place, just the upper floor. And then tomorrow we can tour the house. I've been here before when I downloaded the map, and at the time this place felt a little OP, but it's really not. Cause there's basically no loot in here, it's just like a normal house. It's surrounded by zombies, and it's close to the mall. So any heli that flies by while we're here, it's gonna ruin the base. And that being said, I'm staying. So let's secure the place. The path I have to take to the mall is full of trees, and this can be very dangerous. But I don't know if I want to stop to cut down the trees because it's gonna take some time. I'll think about it. But now that this place is safe, we can go back to the fun stuff. And before I left, this jet decided it was time to ruin the base. It doesn't look like that many zombies hurt it though. Back at the movie theater, this place is still infested with zombies. But we're slowly making progress. This gun definitely makes things easier. When it started to get late, I went back to the base, and yeah, the jet pulled a few zombies to us. It doesn't look so bad, but I'm almost out of bullets, so I had to use the rifle, which attracted a few more. But I think we're safe now. Luckily, I always keep a few boxes on me, so I spent the next day just loading up the magazines. Let's see what kind of damage we're dealing with. Honestly, it doesn't look so bad. Just a few more zombies on the street and in the forest next to the house. While I was doing some target practice in the parking lot, another jet flew by, but at least this time we weren't at home. Still caused me some trouble cause all of them just started walking towards me, but it's fine. And now we're officially out of ammo for the rifle. So let's get another one. Yeah, so it did cause a little more trouble than I thought. Well, as long as they're not in my way. This gun is also really good, but it only has 20 rounds in each mag, so it's gonna be a lot of reloading. This sea of dead zombies is just awesome. By the way, this parking lot is the best place in the game to find vehicles. If there's a car you've been looking for and you can't find it, it's probably here. I think after the two jets, all of the zombies from this side went to the left, because this is completely empty. And right here is the mall I've been talking about for like 50 days. It might not seem that big of a deal with no zombies outside, but inside it's still full. These drum mags are nice, but it's such a pain to reload them. And second cutscene of the video. I think I'm gonna start driving around the parking lot, because I'm wasting a lot of time walking. The amount of zombies in this place is unbelievable. When you think you're almost done, a jet flies by and a ton of zombies show up. It's like we never set foot in here. This right here is the car I want, the military Humvee. But I need one with 100% engine quality to add to the collection back home. So let's keep looking. The amount of zombies that came out of this tiny door is crazy. Now that I'm running out of 9mm ammo, I'm gonna switch pistols again. This one doesn't have a silencer and of course it sounds loud, but it's not. It's basically the same thing as the rifle. This chat sent a few zombies to the forest and a few more to me. This area of the parking lot is almost cleared out now. Because of the jet, there were a few zombies around the trailer with the ammo, and if I use this pistol, it's gonna attract a lot more. So I got the one with the silencer, and even with this one, things got a little intense. I'm almost out of 308 as well. The amount of zombies and vehicles in this place really amazes me. Nowhere else in the map has anything close to this. And I'm definitely gonna look at all of these cars at some point. I'm pretty sure this is what it would look like if a zombie apocalypse ever happened. I went around the mall and cleared pretty much all of the parking lot area. Well, of course not, because around here it looks like zombies grow on trees or something. I'm pretty sure it was the car that attracted them out of the forest. And when I was going back to base, I ran into this big group of zombies that decided to hang out close to the house. And so add to that, I'm also running out of bullets. So I ended up jumping the fence and I'll deal with it tomorrow. Actually, I spent the day just loading up the mags and drinking. Well, since every episode needs a little drama, this is it. We are completely surrounded. The zombies are inside the fence and there's no way for me to get out of the house. I tried shooting at them, but they can hide under the porch, so it doesn't really work. My only chance of getting out alive is through the sheet rope in the bedroom. Luckily, the zombies didn't path fine here. Now I just gotta run. The base is completely taken. I have no idea where they came from. I mean, they were in the forest, but I don't know why they all came to the house. And they are everywhere, all the way up to the street. I'm gonna try to get it back, but if I can, at least we still have the cabin. I ended up using almost all of the ammo I had left, but at least I got it back. And this is why you always place extra sheet ropes around the house. If I only had one, that would have been it. I woke up the next day to this. Yeah, I'm done. They can have it. And again, this one sheet rope saving my ass. Bro, where are they coming from? It's way more than yesterday. Let me get this trailer out of here before they show up. I drove around the parking lot to see if I could base at any of the restaurants, but until we clear everything, they're just gonna keep migrating. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go back to the main base to get my weight up and my guns in order, and then we'll come back and finish this place. Nothing like a little fishing to cool off. After reloading all of the mags, I'm left with 3 boxes of 9mm and only 60 rounds of 308. I also took a quick look at the car, and I think this bumper is gonna break before the end of the video. The next day, I fixed and filled up all the generators around the house, and also did some more fishing. I organized the guns and mags I'm still gonna use, and it turns out I still have 400 rounds of 308, but it's for a different gun, so I'm just gonna leave it there. After that, I decided to get all of my ammo in one place, just so I can see what I have. And there's nothing really useful. I opened the map to see where I still have ammo that I haven't loaded, and everything is in Raven Creek, but I really don't want to go back there. I went to the gas station to gas up the car, And while I was fishing, I remember that I found some apples in Fellas Lake back in episode 2. So I'm gonna go there tomorrow to see if it's still there. It turns out that there are guns here, but barely any ammo. In both the farming store and the police station. I guess this will have to do for the next 30 days. So let's get on the road. I swear I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm gonna make a stop in Moldra cause I'm pretty sure I didn't loot the police station. And it was worth it. I found some boxes of 308 here, which is gonna help out a lot. So I'm gonna crash here, and tomorrow we can go back to Louisville. Actually, I'm gonna make one more stop. I think I also haven't looted the police station in West Point, so I wanna check that. This one also had some stuff, but not as useful as Moldra. Now we can go to Louisville. And we're actually going to Louisville this time. I'm done with them all. I'll go back some other time just for the cars, but I don't want to see that place right now. The first obstacle we're gonna have in Louisville is the military checkpoint. Since it's a little late and we're probably not gonna clear that place in one go, I'm gonna make a safe base for me to spend the night. Well, this house is as good as any. So let me make sure it's safe. Now let's go to Louisville. I'm gonna drive past these zombies on the highway, otherwise it's gonna take a long time to get where we want. Plus I'd be out of bullets. It's been some time since I've been to Louisville, but I definitely don't remember having these many zombies here. And I can say the same thing about the checkpoint, except I thought there would be an insane amount of zombies here. But it turns out I just walked through the gate and only a few zombies showed up to say hi. Well, I'm not complaining. I was on my way to the checkpoint when I heard this noise. My luck lately has been the worst, but this time I'm prepared. After the last time this happened, I always carry a spare tire and the tools I need in the trunk. Now hopefully the right tire doesn't explode. I got to the checkpoint and before it gets late, I'm gonna set up a place for me to sleep here. And this will do it for now. The first thing I want to do is get all of the ammo I can find, and I went straight to the place I knew would have a ton of it. I really should have brought the other guns with me instead of leaving them in the main base, but I forgot I would find a lot of ammo here. Well, I can always go back and get it if I need to. I broke this fence to get to the train yard, because I want to see if any of these trucks have 100% engine quality. I found the third carton of this episode here, and no, none of the trucks had it, but that's cool, we'll find it eventually. Now that we found more ammo, I'm ready to start going to the city. From here on out, the zombie population starts to increase very significantly. And the first vehicle with 100% engine quality of the episode. I really wanted a school bus, but this one will do just fine. And I'm done with this rifle. Besides the capacity, it was a great gun. I'm gonna go with the shotgun now since I found some ammo for it. This one is way faster than the one I had in the beginning. But I think this place is a little too open to use a shotgun, so I'll leave it for when we find a big horde to fight. I don't think we've used this one. It's a 545 AK. I'm definitely not gonna clear the whole city this time, cause there's probably not enough time left in the series. But I have a few places I wanna go, so I'll just clear the zombies on the way. I found this beautiful ambulance from the KF5 collection with 100% engine quality. You know what? I'm just gonna drive around the zombies. There are way too many in this area close to the hospital for me to kill. Hopefully not so many that I can't drive around them. But yeah, it's very spicy. It's really easy to get stuck here. If it was just the car, not so much, but every time a zombie hits the trailer, I lose some power on the engine. I'm sure a lot of you already know why I'm going this direction. There are so many zombies loading at the same time that my game even crashed. And when I opened it again, it didn't even save the route from the hospital to here. There are some cars that I've never seen before in these houses. Well, if you didn't know, this is where I was going. This place is a classic Project Zomboid base. It's in every base location video you can find on YouTube. Luckily, there are not that many zombies on the street. The inside of the house is just annoying to clear, but there are also not that many. So let's add the life-saving sheep ropes, and this one doesn't seem to work. I even tried breaking the window and nothing. Don't worry, I'll repair the wall later. It sure feels good to sleep in a bed again. Found this lawnmower in the backyard that I'll probably use to clean up this place. I wanted to spend some time to make sure we're safe here, so I took the day to walk around the neighborhood and kill all of the zombies I can find. Definitely not as many as I had imagined. Before I go out to do anything, I need to secure this place properly, and not like the last base we had. So I spent the day cutting down trees so I can build everything I need. I'm gonna build the front gate out of metal, not necessarily because it's stronger, I just think it'll look better. The problem is gonna be finding the materials. I dismantled a couple cars, but now all of my propane is gone. Then I went over to this house and an alarm went off. But before I left, I got this battery for the lawnmower. I went to this other house and found almost everything I need in here. I'm just one metal pipe short. There are not that many zombies where the alarm went off, so I guess that's a good sign. After a long time looking for the metal pipe, I realized I could dismantle the bike inside the house. So I did that and built the gate. Now I need more metal pipes and wire to build the wall next to it. I'm gonna do what I can for now, and then we can go explore the city and try and find what we need to finish the fence. One thing that's missing here is this part of the wall in the back, so let me build that real quick. And now the other side as well. I was thinking about having a catwalk connecting the house to the garage. This way it would be way harder to get surrounded, like we did in the lake house. While I was building that, this jet flew by towards the upper side of the city. I just hope it doesn't ruin the gameplay again. So far only this one zombie showed up. I built a set of stairs to get on the roof, and there they are. I need to get rid of them before another jet comes. I'm running out of nails, but once I find more, I can build water barrels here. The next morning a jet decided to fly exactly on top of the house, but when I went out to see the mess it had made, well, it wasn't really that bad. I even got a level of naming. But I knew that something was wrong. 2 jets and barely no zombies. It doesn't add up. Since the last jet flew west, I figured they could be by the river. And there they are. If I hadn't built this wall, they would probably be inside the base now. And it doesn't stop here. They go all the way up as far as I can see. The next day, I kept clearing the zombies and looting the houses, trying to find nails, wire, and metal pipes. Only one fence left. I went down to the horse track with the purpose of finding garbage bags, just so I can build the water barrels. And I didn't find a single one, but I did clear a big chunk of zombies that were really close to the house. Okay, I kinda cheated a little bit. I opened the online map to see where the trash bins are. I guess it's not really cheating, but you know. At least now we have clean water in the house. There's just a couple of things I want to do here now. One of them is to add more escape ropes, but this time like on the fence. So if the front gate gets compromised, we can still get in and out safely. And I also need to build a safe place for me to fish, because I can't stand being underweight. This also kinda doubles as a watchtower. I need some more materials to build the fishing place, so let's loot some houses. It looks like we've cleared a good perimeter around the house. I don't think a jet's gonna be a problem anymore. An alarm went off today and a few zombies showed up. Nothing crazy though. I finally found the things I need, so now we can finish the base. I was thinking about building something like this to fish, but I don't know, we'll see. Actually, I still need some more wood glue, but it wasn't so hard to find. I started building the fishing hut, but I remembered that I can't really build on water for some reason, so I had to change some things. I spent the day cutting down trees in the backyard and mowing the lawn. I swear, this lawnmower is one of the most satisfying things in PZ. I cleaned up some more of the yard today and even did the outside. Oh, and it's also a very satisfying way to clean the corpses. I think I'm gonna leave the trees on that side because they block the view from zombies. I'm just not sure if that's a good thing or not. It took me a whole day just to gather all of these logs and branches. But now the base is looking pretty good. I'm only doing all this because we're gonna be here a while and I want a nice place to live. And I'm out of nails again. But at least now we can fish safely and not be completely exposed. I want to level up farming in the next episode, so I'm gonna start sowing the crops now. This place is turning out to be very nice. One thing I forgot to do is place the generator. And now that we have power, I can cook all of the fish I get. Ended up tripping and scratched my arm here. All that's left to do is finish the front gate and the fishing hut, but for that I'm gonna need more materials. I got all the way up to the gas station already. That's great. Got one more box of nails. Now the fishing area is done. I'm gonna try to find what we need so I can finish the fence in this video. I started clearing the gas station and the distillery today. I watered the crops this morning and now I'm gonna keep going up the street because it's the easiest way to this place I wanna go to. Finished clearing the gas station. Now ideally I need to find another generator to live here, but I can always use the one that's back in the base. I'm so stupid. All I had to do this whole time is refill the propane torch and dismantle this car that's inside the base. And now I have the materials to finish the fence. Okay, turns out I'm really stupid. I built the fence just to dismantle it and build a fence gate instead. But now it's perfect. I used the rest of the day to clean up the mess that was here. And here we are again, another 100 days. I'm not gonna lie, it was really fun to use all of the different guns and having to modify them and everything. It created a completely new style of gameplay for me. I basically had to learn how to use them, because that was my first time actually using Bridges weapon pack. Well, I'll see you in the next one. Bye!